She was the custodian of her spiritual refuge. The death of the ancient Torch Divine was for her no different than the sky collapsing. That war was incredibly brutal. Ultimately, as the ancient Torch Divine lay dying, he entrusted the Hall of Inheritance, which he had prepared in advance, to the fire system Divine trusted most under his command, desperately sending him away. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10,000 years passed. The girl knew nothing of the outside world, unaware of the final outcome of that great battle of gods. She simply followed her father's last wishes, hiding in this part of the star realm. Until 100 years ago. Only when she felt that the star realm had completely stabilized, and that divines could no longer descend, did she dare to truly emerge and begin choosing a successor until today. Just second rank, huh? The girl looked at Li Yuan. Still weak, but with unlimited potential, she patiently waited beside Li Yuan until his memory fully fused with the light of inheritance. As Li Yuan received the inheritance, the fierce Feather Star realm was in constant battle, war raging everywhere. The Seven-Star Civilization and the Guu Divine Kingdom fought fiercely. About 2,000 miles from the fourth outpost base of Guu Divine Kingdom. Atop a vast mountain range. A towering figure over 10 meters tall, with a body shining like gold as if a giant, wielding two massive shields. He stood in the void, his presence overwhelming, his gigantic eyes scanning the four corners of the void, faintly burning with flames. Suddenly, boom! A strange knife light appeared silently behind him, unpredictable and mysterious, with strands of greenish air currents flowing within the blade light, stealthily assaulting the towering golden figure. Rumble! As if the golden giant had eyes on his back, he swiftly turned around. Instead of trying to block the knife light, he swung the two enormous shields in his hands like giant palms, violently clapping them together at the figure behind the blade light. Poochie! The knife light swept across the chest of the golden giant, its shocking penetrative power instantly slicing through the Origin power battlesuit, then leaving behind a startling torn wound on the golden giant's chest. Yet, that wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pong! The two massive shields also fiercely hit the disheveled-haired figure. At first glance, it seemed like swatting a mosquito, attempting to crush Lude Neff outright. Boom! Lude Neff took the ferocious hit head-on, then with all his strength erupting, he broke free from the restraints of the two shields and burst backward fiercely. Pretty tough, huh? The golden figure spoke in a deep voice. Lude Neff, you are indeed very strong. I can't do anything to you, but I have cultivated the Myriad Gold Divine Body to the second-order limit, earning the title of an undying body. You can't kill me. HMPH. Lude Neff's gaze was icy, staring fixedly at the golden figure. In terms of skill level, he was much better than his opponent. But martial artists can often only cultivate two-star techniques, even those top-tier geniuses. Thus, top-tier geniuses were also destined to have their own strengths. Like Lude Neff, what he cultivated were the Wind Shadow, a 6th-layer star technique, and the Blood-Eroding Wind Blade, a 5th-layer star technique. When combined, alongside the true meaning of shadowlessness he had comprehended from the Wind Vein, it made him an extremely terrifying assassin in both stealth and attack, causing countless opponents to dread him. Many Flying Heaven level of the alien race had been one-shot killed by him. The Flying Heaven level assassin, Dark Shadow, from the Tinliang clan, who was targeted by Fang Hai's schemes, if faced head-on, might not even be a match for Lude Neff. However, even a master like Lude Neff had his nemesis, and the golden giant before him was just that, Ao Jia. He, too, was a 6th-stage skill master and a prime warrior prodigy with immense fame within the Guu Divine Kingdom. Ao Jia cultivated the 7 stars technique, Myriad Gold Divine Body, a famous technique of Dongfang Ji that effectively combined body protection, defense, and explosive power and speed in one formidable star technique. Now, the two sides clashed. No matter how desperately Lude Neff kept attacking, he could not inflict a fatal wound. Ao Jia's ability to protect himself was considered inconceivable among the second rank. Lude Neff, let's end the battle here, Ao Jia's voice boomed. Although you've lost 2 men, you've also slaughtered many. You've already taken great advantage. The demigods of our GUU Divine Kingdom have already said they wish to settle the dispute and share control of the world within worlds equally. How about it? Aoja attempted. Dream on. Lud Nef's voice was filled with rage. If we were all flying heaven warriors, you would definitely die by my blade. Pity we are but prime warriors, Aoja laughed. Or do you plan to break through to become a flying heaven warrior in the fierce Featherstar realm? Lud Nef's gaze was ice cold. In the entire fierce Featherstar realm, except for the great opportunity offered by the world within worlds, there were hardly any other treasures, and prime warriors couldn't enter the world within worlds. Such top-level geniuses naturally wouldn't break through in the fierce Featherstar realm. That would be self-destructive to their future prospects. 2 days ago, Lud Nef and the other 8 flying heaven-level forces ambushed and dealt a devastating blow to the GUU Divine Kingdom. But the forces of GUU Divine Kingdom counterattacked swiftly. Up to this point, both sides had suffered considerable casualties. When it comes to treasures left by the Divine, you can't defend them, Aoja spoke gravely. Our passage is over 10,000 kilometers away from your breeding areas. Yet it is only a few hundred kilometers from our main base. You may have won the surprise attack this time, but you can't hold it. You will have to retreat sooner or later. Lud Nef watched silently. Indeed, the distance was a severe disadvantage. It was almost impossible for the 7-star civilization to occupy the second passage. After a long while, Lud Nef finally chose to retreat, and only then did the golden giant in the void breathe a sigh of relief. Truly terrifying. This Lud Nef, if we talk about strength, could almost be regarded as a divine child-level genius within the Divine Kingdom, Aoja muttered secretly. Prime warriors recognized as divine child level in the entire GUU Divine Kingdom were only 2 or 3. Aoja, whether in terms of strength or potential, was inferior to the other. And that Yu Jing, his strength is so much more formidable than the intelligence reports, Aoja recalled the recent major battle. If it weren't for Yu Jing suddenly unleashing a power nearly equal to Lud Nef's direct combat strength, the 7-star civilization would have lost more than just 2 men. Let's head back, rebuild the base first, and then prepare for the next attack. Aojia's body rapidly shrank, turning into a streak of light shooting up into the sky. In the GUU Divine Kingdom, Mintian City, damn it. The mixed scum of the 7-star civilization actually dared to launch a surprise attack. Mintian Hu roared furiously as he looked at the casualty report in his hands, nearly driven mad with anger. This time around, of the 10 prepared flying heaven warriors they gathered, 8 perished. Only 2 remained. If it weren't for him receiving the message and immediately contacting a large number of demigods from the GUU Divine Kingdom to urgently dispatch a number of super genius warriors into the fierce Featherstar realm to block Lud Nef, the situation could have become irrevocably dire. Even so, the power in the hands of their 4 demigods had temporarily lost the possibility of mounting a frontal assault. We must report to the clan. Mintian Hu's gaze narrowed as his heart bled. If there had been other choices, Mintian Hu would definitely not have reported to his clan. If he had led the operation himself, he could have kept the lion's share of the profits once successful. For what was at stake was a relic left by a fire system divine, imbued with the hope of attaining divinity. Once he reported to his clan, as the clan mobilized its powerful forces, his final gains would be pitiably small. You get as much as you give, an unchanged truth since ancient times. Most crucial of all, Mintian Hu's relationship with his clan was not good, otherwise, he would not have come to the distant GUU Divine Kingdom to set roots and establish his own fief. In the Immortal Ruins civilization, among numerous countries and sects, the GUU Divine Kingdom was quite ordinary. In the entire Immortal Ruins civilization, those truly at the summit were the few great immortal sect divine races. Mintian Hu was from one such powerful divine race. But now, Mintian Hu had no choice. The forces he could mobilize had been greatly diminished. The remaining forces were not capable of contending with the 7-star civilization anymore. With that thought, whoosh! Mintian Hu waved his hand, and a strange instrument the size of a table appeared in front of him. A wisp of demigod origin power flew out and entered the instrument. Quickly, the instrument began to glow faintly. Whoosh! The instrument emitted a vast amount of light that formed a huge projection screen above. The projection was pitch black. As time ticked away, Minty and Hu waited patiently, after more than 10 minutes. Buzz, with a flicker in the projection, the figure of an elder appeared. His stature was tall as well, clothed in heavy armor. The most eye-catching feature was the dark red horn on top of his head, which was similar to Minty and Hu's. Based on appearance alone, they were of the same race. Minty and Hu, it's been a long time. The elder with the horn spoke indifferently, his voice carrying a sense of estrangement. Great uncle. Minty and Hu suppressed the anger in his heart and bowed slightly. You flatter me. The elder responded coolly. Great uncle, I was wrong before. Minty and Hu lowered his head, his voice gloomy. This time I'm contacting the clan because there's a great opportunity for which I'd like the clan's support. Great opportunity? The elder's eyes narrowed slightly. Speak. A force under my command, while exploring a part of the star realm, accidentally discovered a fire system divine relic, but it coincides with another 4th-level civilization, the 7-star civilization. My initial plan was to secure a preliminary occupation before reporting to the clan. Minty and Hu whispered, but now the 7-star civilization is arrogant. I hope the clan can provide some resources. The elder revealed a smile of unfathomable depth without showing any emotion. He had lived for hundreds of years. How could he not understand Minty and Hu's true intentions? Report to the clan after securing a preliminary occupation. Nonsense. If Minty and Hu could occupy it on his own strength, the clan would probably never receive the news. Minty and Hu was merely seeking assistance. But the horned elder wouldn't expose his thoughts. After all, there was such a great benefit at stake. Oh no, after all, they were kin. A fire system divine treasure. Kai Jisa. The horned elder spoke warmly. When you were promoted to demigod, I believe I was the one who presided over your initiation ceremony. More than 100 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Kai Jisa was Minty and Hu's real name. Great uncle has always treated me well since I was young. Minty and Hu seized the opportunity to agree. Since he was young, they had met for the first time when Minty and Hu reached the flying heaven level. I've always believed in your character. Your previous issue must have been sabotaged by others. The elder showed a gentle smile. I will order an investigation to clarify. Now that you have found a fire system divine relic but still wish to report to the clan, it shows that you care about the clan's interests. Really commendable. Great uncle overpraises. Minty and Hu said earnestly. Wait a moment. I will send you a civilization contract. After you sign it, send back all the intelligence you have gathered. The clan will provide the greatest support according to the situation. The horned elder stated, once successful, 10% of the treasures from the divine relics will belong to you. Of course, if the forces at your disposal can still play a significant role, your share can appropriately be increased. How about that? The horned elder said. I have no objections. Contributing to the clan is my duty. Minty and Hu's face was filled with smiles, yet his heart was bleeding. 10%? Originally, he should have received more than 50%. Of course, Minty and Hu wasn't worried that the horned elder would even encroach on the 10%. A civilization contract was set by the most supreme beings of the Immortal Ruins civilization. Once publicly signed, it had to be followed. If it came to that, to the entire clan, a relic left by a fire system divine was precious, but not worth compromising the whole clan's reputation. Before an agreement between the two parties, the clan elders might squeeze him, but once the agreement was set, they would definitely honor it. A person stands by their word, a clan is built on its rules. The Kai divine race had stood tall in the Immortal Ruins civilization for tens of thousands of years, allowing members like Minty and Hu to trust the clan even after leaving it and to contact them in the first instance, confident the clan would not cheat him. Of course, it had its own set of operational rules. Time passed. Minty and Hu quickly transmitted all the information he knew to the horned elder. Kai Jisa, you need to be patient for a while. The horned elder spoke softly and then his figure disappeared. Minty and Hu stood still. He knew that the horned elder was going to contact other demigods of the divine race, and he might even contact the supreme divines. That's right, those who dared to call themselves a divine race. The Kai divine race indeed had divines backing them. As for places like Guu Divine Kingdom, they had produced divines in their history, but divines can die. In this era, there are no longer any divines in Guu Divine Kingdom. Time ticked by. Half an hour later, Kaijisa, the horned elder's figure, reappeared. Great Uncle, Mintian Hu remained very respectful. 5 days, the unicorn elder spoke softly. It will take time to depart from the divine race territory to your Guu Divine Kingdom. Plus the time for the clan to mobilize the elites, they will arrive within 5 days. Good, Mintian Hu hastily nodded. 5 days? He could wait. Great Uncle, who are you planning to send? Mintian Hu couldn't help but ask. 3 semi-divine level geniuses, all from the fire system lineage, will enter the divine palace ruins, the unicorn elder whispered. They are all the semi-divine level geniuses of the first rank in our clan. All of them? Mintian Hu was startled and couldn't help but ask, are there no divine child level geniuses? Do you think divine child level geniuses are cabbages? The unicorn elder glanced at him. Being divine child level geniuses, they naturally won't stay long at the first rank. It's incredibly rare to find one with the right life level. Currently, even our whole Immortal Ruins civilization would have trouble finding a first-rank divine child-level genius. We'd probably only find them in the 3 great Xi'an sects. Besides, even if they have them, they might not necessarily be from the fire system lineage. The probability of seizing the treasure might not even be higher, the unicorn elder added. Mintian Hu fell silent, but upon reflection, it seemed normal, and it was he who had assumed too much. Divine child-level geniuses, even within the divine race Xi'an sects, hold a very high status. I understand your worries, afraid they wouldn't be a match for that Li Yuan? Just a 4th-level civilization genius, the unicorn elder said. We will naturally make thorough preparations. By then, the strength of all 3 of them will far surpass Mo Hu. You need to understand, there is a great difference even among semi-divine level geniuses. Understood. Mintian Hu nodded slightly. Just as the strength gap between flying heaven martial artists or demigods can be quite significant. Furthermore, we've also prepared 300 reserve prime warriors, he continued. You gather another batch of first-rank martial artists, and we'll attack together when the time comes. Of course, we must make dual preparations for seizing the treasure. The unicorn elder spoke slowly. Our clan is also preparing several prime warrior geniuses. They will enter the fierce Feather Star realm to deal with the prime warrior geniuses of the 7-star civilization. However, their role is to protect the 3 semi-divine level geniuses, not to engage in life and death battles with the prime warrior geniuses of the 7-star civilization. The unicorn elder said, our goal is the treasure, and if we end up fighting to the death within the star realm, we are not assured of defeating a powerful 4th-level civilization that has produced many demigods. It's not meaningful. Yes, Mintian Hu said. He also felt that the unicorn elder's words were reasonable. Mintian Hu's forces had suffered heavy losses, which infuriated him, but he was not angry about the deaths of his subordinates. He was angry about the loss of his own hopes for acquiring the treasure. Mintian Hu had never felt it incumbent upon himself to avenge the deaths of his subordinates. For him, obtaining the divine treasure was of paramount importance. The rest? Not important. Fighting for the territory of the desolate fierce Featherstar realm? He would have to be kicked in the head by a donkey to fight over the territory of a desolate star realm. Before long, the communication between Mintian Hu and the unicorn elder ceased. 3 semi-divine level geniuses? Can it succeed? Mintian Hu muttered to himself, that Li Yuan is truly a monstrous talent. After so much time, he had also found out that the one from the 7-star civilization who had entered the star realm was Li Yuan. Well, there's nothing left but to trust the clan's judgment now. HMPH. Many within the divine kingdom must be looking forward to seeing me fail, Mintian Hu thought to himself. The precise timing of the 7-star civilization's assassination a few days ago. It's very likely that a demigod sold me out. When the 4 demigods acted, the commotion was huge, and naturally, there were many demigods within the divine kingdom who took notice. This time the reinforcements sent by the clan are coming. I will tell no one. Fierce Feather Star Realm. in a desolate mountain range about 7,000 kilometers away from the Seven-Star Civilization's cultivation area. 6 figures converged in a canyon between 2 mountains. The mission is essentially complete. Lud Nef, with disheveled hair and a domineering presence, his eyes faintly red, spoke deeply. We have slain 6 flying heaven martial artists and 4 reserve flying heaven warriors, dealing a heavy blow to the GUU Divine Kingdom. Wu Menong, Yu Jing, and the others listened silently. However, we have also suffered casualties. Abbot and Yanjun Ling have fallen in battle. Lud Nef spoke gravely. Most of the many life-saving items we carried were also used up. It's time to prepare to retreat. Everyone nodded quietly, their moods slightly subdued. Even though they had anticipated casualties, when a comrade actually died, their hearts still felt some sorrow. Abbot, a prime warrior genius, was ordered to come and fight. Yanjun Ling, one of the 2 great flying heaven warriors left behind in the fierce Featherstar realm by the Blazing Flame family, regardless of his original intentions for staying. But in all matters, actions speak louder than intentions, and he had proved himself with his deeds. Jing He, Lud Nef suddenly turned to Yu Jing, and with a feeling of exclamation said, "Once I break through, you will be our 7-Star Civilization's #1 prime warrior. This time, if it weren't for your critical outbreak, holding off Wu Simon, we would have lost at least 2 more." Swish. Swish. Everyone turned their gaze to Yu Jing, admiration in their eyes. Abbot and Yanjun Ling both died in the final battle. In that battle, 2 formidable prime warrior geniuses sprang forth from the GUU Divine Kingdom, Ao Jia and Wu Simon. Both men, in terms of skill level, were slightly inferior to Lud Nef. But Lud Nef's forte was assassination, not the kind of fighting where one faces 10 head-on. Yet Ao Jia and Wu Simon practiced powerful divine bodies and had fierce, overwhelming attacks. Coupled with the assistance of other flying heaven-level warriors from the GUU Divine Kingdom. At the crucial moment, it was Yu Jing who erupted, turning the tide by holding off the ferocious Wu Simon, allowing Tavares, Wu Menong, and the others to leave first. "Li Yuan," said Yu Jing, looking at her, "are you sure you want to make the breakthrough?" "Yes. I've been stuck at the Prime Warrior realm for a long time," Lud Nef spoke in a low voice, "and I don't mind telling you, I've already awakened the 6th star pulse. It's time for a breakthrough." 6th star pulse. Everyone showed a look of surprise. They clearly understood what that meant. This practically signified that, given Lud Nef's comprehension and talent, once he made the breakthrough, his future would undoubtedly be terrifying within the ranks of the flying heaven level. "Let's go. Let's head back," Lud Nef said. Swoosh, swoosh. 6 streaks of light shot into the sky, speeding toward the warbase thousands of kilometers away. The outside world was embroiled in an ongoing war. Yet, within the tranquility of the world within worlds, deep within the Hall of Inheritance, Li Yuan had been merging with that vast information, and after a whole day, he finally regained consciousness. He opened his eyes. With a thought, Li Yuan felt a multitude of thoughts, numerous methods surfacing in his mind, as if they were inheritances born within him. Incredibly magical. "I can clearly perceive many powerful star techniques, but it seems I can't speak of them." Li Yuan noticed this fact, and it seemed as if an invisible restriction existed. For the time being, he could only study by himself and could not pass them on to others. But it was still marvelous. Truly worthy of a divine being inheritance, Li Yuan marveled in awe. No wonder the 2 great civilizations were frantically fighting to the death. Li Yuan was not sure if immensely powerful beings within his civilization, like Dongfang Ji, Lant, Bai Shan Semi-Divine and others, had received a similar inheritance. But at least, the star techniques available from the Starfire treasure trove were far inferior to what his master, Ancient Torch Divine, had left behind. "You're awake. How do you feel?" The girl stood on the side with her bare feet, her skirt fluttering. "Very strong," Li Yuan said. "My father left behind many star techniques, but the true core lies in only 2 supreme ninefold star techniques, true solution of the Earth Star Vein in all things divine body, which I hope you can truly learn." The girl's bright eyes looked at Li Yuan. "These 2 star techniques. The true solution of the Earth Star Vein is considered one of the supreme enlightenment star techniques with great fame even in dimensional spaces and can greatly enhance the connection with the law of Earth. If you can truly cultivate it to a very high level, your chances of becoming a divine being will greatly increase, the girl said. Even divine beings place great importance on this technique. It is a shortcut on the path to ultimate power. Divine beings place great importance on it? Li Yuan marveled. Li Yuan nodded gravely. All right, I will continue to cultivate diligently and strive to step into the second rank as soon as possible. Yes. Right now, you've only just completed the first order limit, the effect is not so apparent yet, but when it reaches the second order limit, third order limit, fourth order limit, the effects will become increasingly exaggerated. The girl looked at Li Yuan. You will understand in the future. Go Yu already knew that Li Yuan had awakened a 9-layer star vein and was also cultivating the true solution of the Earth Star Vein. The all things divine body is an ancient star technique that is both protective and allows for explosive strength. Its might is endless. Go Yu's eyes showed a touch of reminiscence. Back then, after father had cultivated it to a very high level, his strength soared, and with this, he traversed various realms, slaying quite a few divine beings. Slaying quite a few divine beings? Li Yuan was internally shocked. It sounded like the strength of his own mentor was not to be underestimated even among divine beings. Sis, does our master only know 2 ninefold star techniques? Li Yuan could not help but ask. Only? Go Yu paused, looking at Li Yuan with a strange gaze. Li Yuan, do you think ninefold star techniques are as common as cabbages? Do you realize how rare it is to be able to practice 2 supreme star techniques? Li Yuan was at a loss for words. Your star meridian talent is extremely high, and the fact that you could awaken a 9-layer star vein so quickly is one of the reasons I chose you. But in the future, if you can awaken one more 9-layer star vein, I will be extremely satisfied, Go Yu said. Shaking her head, you will understand in the future. Li Yuan nodded obediently. Yet in his heart, he was wondering, in case there were no accidents, once his spiritual awakening level reached 50%, he would awaken another perfect star vein. But for now, he should keep it low-key, one must stay low-key. The ninefold star technique, all things divine body, you can't cultivate it yet, Go Yu said. Therefore, the master specifically left behind the 7th layer star technique, Great Earth Divine Body, and the 5th layer star technique, Stellar Mysterious Body, which are in succession with the All Things Divine Body. The Great Earth Divine Body is considered a simplified version, and the Stellar Mysterious Body is a super simplified version. At the Prime Warrior stage, you can first cultivate the Stellar Mysterious Body, then as your star meridian grows stronger you can gradually practice Great Earth Divine Body, until you eventually practice the All Things Divine Body. The cultivation of the 3 divine bodies accommodate each other and are not mutually exclusive, Go Yu said earnestly. All right, Li Yuan nodded. As far as Li Yuan knew, most prime warriors with limited star pulse awakenings cultivated star techniques that were 3rd layer. Some top-tier geniuses could manage to cultivate 1 or 2 5th layer star techniques or even 6th layer star techniques. If he could cultivate the 7th layer star technique, Great Earth Divine Body, he would at least be able to dominate at the Prime Warrior stage. However, cultivating a divine body was the most difficult. Aside from needing a high realm and strong star meridians, often many external treasures were also needed to aid in cultivation. As for the other star techniques, like the Domain Star Technique, 9 Glorious Void, the Escaping Technique, Light Transformation, the Slaughter Star Technique, Severing Star Extinction, and others, there is a total of 9. Ranging from 6 layers to 8 layers. You don't need to rush to practice them. Wait until your strength has grown in the future, then choose the ones that fit you, Go Yu said. Cultivation of the divine body is of the utmost importance. With a strong divine body, your direct combat ability will reach astonishing levels, and you will also be able to survive in many dangerous places. Li Yuan listened intently. He had to take his sister's advice seriously. Apart from the star technique inheritance, there's something else. The girl turned over her palm, and a glazed antique lamp emitting a strange light appeared in her hand. Come. Condense your divine sense onto the wick of the lamp. Yes. Li Yuan immediately did as he was told, his thoughts flitting past the glazed antique lamp. Hiss, as if a mere mortal's arm had been scalded, Li Yuan felt a tremor in his soul. He then noticed a faint, almost imperceptible connection with the glazed antique lamp in front of him. This thing is called a spiritual lamp, and it can sense the location of your soul, the girl said as she looked at Li Yuan, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. As long as you are in this domain, then, through the spiritual lamp, I can confirm whether you are alive or dead. That amazing. Li Yuan was secretly astonished. Truly, what a method. Sister, this domain. What is a domain? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. You come from the 7-star civilization. The 7-star sea. Where your civilization is located is a dimensional plane. Planes vary in strength and size. Many planes intersect and are collectively known as the dimensional domain, the girl explained. Your domain has also given birth to quite a few formidable deities, but that's of no concern to you for now. For deities, crossing planes to reach other dimensional planes is extremely difficult. Li Yuan held his breath. So the entire 7-star sea is a dimensional plane. Does that mean other civilizations of the foreign domain are located on different dimensional planes? Whoosh! With another wave of the girl's hand, the enormous stone mural, the map of myriad stars, flew up from the side of the divine temple, and then it began to shrink rapidly. It merged into a thin silver sliver that appeared in the void, until it completely disappeared. Swish! The thin silver sliver fell and floated in front of Li Yuan. This? Li Yuan stared at the sliver. It seemed similar to his own storage treasure. The map of myriad stars is a treasure for assisting cultivation in enlightenment, incredibly mystical, the girl said as she looked at Li Yuan. I have sealed it within this storage treasure. Once you recognize it as the master, you will be able to perceive and observe with your divine sense. It can help you quickly master true intent, and even ultimately step over the threshold of the law. But you cannot take it out, it involves great risks, and you must not disclose any information about it, do you understand? The girl advised. Yes. Li Yuan nodded solemnly. Having personally experienced the marvel of the map of myriad stars, he clearly understood what a miraculous treasure it was. Finally, a few more items. Whoosh! The girl waved her hand again, and a black long spear appeared in midair. It looked familiar, very much like the Black Chen spear. There was also a fist-sized black crystal stone, its material unknown. Last was a purple jade token. This is a weapon I selected for you from the armory after observing your weapon's style. It's a 4th-rank weapon, also known as a semi-divine artifact, she explained. In terms of power, it is average among semi-divine artifacts, the girl said softly. The key is that its power is very concealed, and it can perfectly adapt to a master of any strength. It'll be sufficient for you to use up through the flying heaven level. A semi-divine artifact? Li Yuan was surprised as he looked at the black long spear, which didn't appear to have any characteristics of a semi-divine artifact at all. Indeed, it was sufficiently concealed. An ideal choice for ambushing, it would surely be underestimated by other powerful beings, and Li Yuan liked it very much. This crystal stone is a life-saving treasure I chose for you. When used, unless it's against some extremely strong flying heaven warriors, nearly all below the demigod level can be slain. The girl pointed at the black crystal stone, speaking quite seriously. But remember, before you become a demigod and gain perfect control over the Hall of Inheritance, I will only give you this one life-saving treasure. So you must use it wisely. Nearly all below the level of demigod can be slain? Li Yuan stared at the black crystal stone, holding his breath. A lethal weapon. In the whole 7-star civilization, it seemed that no technological weapons dared claim they could definitely kill a being below the level of demigod. Not to mention a single combat weapon. Lastly, this is a token. Even if you leave the world within worlds, as long as you can return to the fierce Featherstar realm, you can return smoothly with this token, the girl said to Li Yuan. Star techniques, treasures for assisting in cultivation, weapons, life-saving items, token. I have given you all that I should. Now it's all up to you. The girl's eyes showed a hint of worry, but her voice was somewhat cold. The path to divinity, the law of the great Tao, Both are extremely arduous. You can't become a deity by secluded cultivation alone. It's time for you to embark on your journey, to experience the wonders between heaven and earth. Only then can you reach the very end. If you ultimately die on the path to becoming a deity, then I will select another direct disciple for father, the girl said slowly. Li Yuan looked down, mumbling in his heart. Another one? One of him was enough. Sister, when I become a flying heaven warrior, how should I return? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. That's the other matter I wanted to talk about, she replied. Once you believe you have reached the peak of a prime warrior, don't rush to break through. First, return to the world within worlds, the girl said, looking at Li Yuan. At that time, if you can pass the second challenge left by father, it will be the time when you have begun to gain control over the Hall of Inheritance. The second challenge? Li Yuan was taken aback. Did you think you received everything father left behind? The girl shook her head. Your strength must be strong enough to gradually receive many treasures. As your sister, I'm here to keep them for you. I will always be here waiting for you, the girl said with a smile, looking at Li Yuan. What are the requirements for the second challenge? Li Yuan was curious. It's not hard, she replied. When you are able to kill an ordinary flying heaven warrior with a single move, you should be about there. A single move to annihilate an ordinary flying heaven level? Li Yuan mused, finding such a statement quite shocking. After all, just a year ago, he had been a high school student, preparing for college entrance exams. Back then, flying heaven warriors existed only in legends to him. It's not as difficult as you think, as long as you cultivate your physical foundation to level 29, enter the 6th stage of skill, and push the ninefold star technique. True solution of the Earth Star Vein and the 7th layer's star technique. Great Earth Divine Body. To the second order limit, you should be able to do it, the girl said with a smile. After all, with so much external help, do you still lack the confidence to vie with a flying heaven level as a prime warrior? I do, Li Yuan said with a smile. What a joke. The heritage of the 7-star civilization was mediocre at best, yet each era could still produce quite a number of prime warriors who could match flying heaven ones. And what about Li Yuan? His ambitions were even greater now. Presently, Li Yuan's primary goal was to become the #1 prime warrior in the 7-star civilization and, in the future, to achieve the level of slaying a demigod as a flying heaven. At the very least, he needed to reach this level to barely qualify for the divine legacy, and to have a chance of embarking on the path to divinity. Which young divine being wasn't an unparalleled genius in their youth? It's good that you're confident. The girl nodded in satisfaction, then added, by the way, you should have learned a visualization method, right? Li Yuan was initially startled, then he replied, yes. Don't worry, it was Little Fire who told me. It secretly spied on you while you were practicing the visualization method and sensed something, but couldn't fully confirm it, the girl said with a smile. I was just testing you just now. Li Yuan was at a loss for words. It seems you indeed have some other opportunity, the girl revealed a cryptic smile. But you probably don't understand how precious the visualization method is, for it is a method of the divine. A method of the divine? Li Yuan inhaled sharply. This was the first time he learned of the origins of the visualization method. Demigods and flying heaven warriors, when passing on their knowledge to disciples and progeny, often spend considerable time infusing their spiritual imprint into the disciples' minds, tempering their spiritual will, said the girl. That's the mind method, but as time goes by, the imprint gradually fades, which is very inconvenient. The higher level technique is the visualization method. What is the visualization method? The highest form is observing the fundamental nature of heaven and earth. Next is observing the essence of nature. And the least is observing the aspect of the divine, the girl explained. The divine, by expending a great deal of mental effort, can condense their will into the aspect of the divine, which can help a cultivator to learn the visualization method. Once learned, one can day and night visualize the true form of the divine, strengthen the spirit, and temper the will, the girl said with a smile. The hope of becoming a god will greatly increase. What's the name of the visualization method you learned, brother? The girl asked curiously, looking at Li Yuan. And what is the aspect you observe? Li Yuan hesitated, then said, It's called the Observing the Great Sun Starry Sky scripture. When it concerned the Mind Spirit Divine Palace, Li Yuan was actually reluctant to reveal anything. But considering his earlier interactions with Ji Yu, Li Yuan trusted her quite deeply in his heart. Moreover, Li Yuan's own desire to unravel the secrets of the Mind Spirit Divine Palace was not entirely absent. Observing the Great Sun Starry Sky scripture. The girl's eyes showed confusion, clearly having never heard of it. My aspect of observation is that of a great sun, with my spirit body being scorched on one side, and nurtured by the boundless starry sky on the other, Li Yuan explained earnestly. What? The girl was genuinely surprised this time, her mouth agape as she looked at Li Yuan. Facing the great sun, backed by the starry sky. This is the fundamental aspect of heaven and earth from the legends, one of the top visualization methods, that even my father had only heard about and never seen. Where did you get it? The girl couldn't help asking. Li Yuan, too, was shocked. The visualization method he had learned from the Mind-Empty Divine Palace, even an ancient torch divine had only heard of it. Was the Observing the Great Sun Starry Sky scripture that powerful? But Li Yuan finally began to understand the marvel of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. If the visualization method passed down initially was considered top tier even by the divine, what about the other techniques? It was unimaginable. Sis, I can't really speak of its origin, Li Yuan said with a wry smile. Then let's not talk about it, the girl said, as if she understood everything, and suddenly giggled. I was wondering how such a weak civilization could produce an unparalleled prodigy like you. Sure enough, there's a reason for everything. Don't worry. The variations of heaven and earth, the movement of the universe, how many secrets does this boundless dimensional river hold? How many great opportunities emerge? The girl said with a smile. Brother, the stronger you are, the more robust your background, the happier I will be for you. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Not prying into matters was indeed a good quality of this sister. I had prepared a visualization method for you, the girl said softly. Now it seems to be unnecessary. However, according to the rules left by my father, it still has to be gifted to you. Whoever you want to give it to, it's up to you, the girl said with a smile. With a flip of her palm, a jade stone emanating a radiant aura appeared in her hand. To learn the visualization method, you need at least flying heaven-level spiritual power, the girl advised. Simply crush the jade stone, sense it with your soul, and you can quickly condense the aspect of visualization in your world of mind. The aspect of visualization of the divine is not eternally existent. It probably lasts for 1,000 years, which should be enough for a demigod's lifetime of cultivation, the girl said. 1,000 years? Li Yuan asked curiously. Sister, can demigods only live for 1,000 years? Isn't 1,000 years long enough? The girl asked with a smile. Don't you know the lifespan associated with the stages of the martial path? Li Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. He truly had no idea. Below the second rank, the typical limit is about 150 years, she stated matter-of-factly. Second rank life, a lifespan of 300 years. Third rank flying heaven, 500 years. Fourth rank demigod, 1,000 years. Fifth order divine being, 5,000 years, the girl finally said. Even divine beings can't live forever. Li Yuan was taken aback, having imagined that beings bold enough to call themselves divine should have lifespans, if not equal to the heavens, then at least tens of thousands of years. 5,000 years is indeed very long, comparable to the entire lifespan of the seven-star civilization. But that seemed to fall short of his expectations for divinity. So-called divine beings are merely powerful life forms. Who in this world is immortal? Nothing is eternal, the girl smiled and said. The passage of years, the cycle of life and death, these are the ultimate truths of the universe. The pursuit of martial arts cultivation is essentially a struggle with the heavens for longevity. Li Yuan nodded slightly. He kept the visualization method, given by Ji Yu. As for whom to give it to, Li Yuan hadn't decided yet. With your strong spiritual power and superior skills, you should strive to reach the 7-star pulse level during your prime warrior phase, the girl said with a hint of expectancy in her eyes, and then, you may try to break through to the 8-star pulse in the flying heaven stage. 7-star pulse. Li Yuan was curious. although he had set goals for himself. But like Principal Fang Hai and Bai Shan Semi-Divine, their highest hopes were only that he could reach the 6-star pulse. Every creature is spirited, and within each entity lies a vast expanse of life stars. Theoretically, everyone has the potential to break through the 6-star pulse, but awakening so many life stars requires extremely high skills and immensely strong spiritual power, the girl said earnestly, and since the lifespan of a prime warrior is limited, their golden cultivation period is even shorter. That's why most can't reach their limit and have to break through prematurely. Hesitate once, and you will be slowing down at every step afterward. A prime warrior who hesitates will lag doubly as a flying heaven warrior. In the end, the vast majority of semi-divines find it difficult to break through to the 7-star pulse. The girl smiled. The 7-star pulse has also become a legend among many civilizations, with very few reaching it. Li Yuan listened with bated breath, knowing that everything has a spirit was something he was already aware of. But the other secrets were new to him. Your star meridian talent belongs to the very top tier, and now both your skills and spiritual power are not lacking, the girl said with expectation, once you become a 8-star pulse in the future. Even if you eventually become divine, you will be among the strongest in your foundation among the divines. Sister, what is Master's star meridian foundation? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. Father is only a 7-star pulse, but he has 2 9-layer star veins, the girl said seriously. Overall, Father's foundation is quite good among the divine. After all, theoretically, the 5-star meridian could be enough to ignite the divine fire, she said. Li Yuan was puzzled. 5-star meridian? The requirement is that low? It's just theoretical. Normally, those who become divine on their own are at least of the 6-star pulse, she said with a smile. Li Yuan nodded. This was more in line with his impressions. Sister, isn't it said that flying heaven warriors find it difficult to further awaken their star meridians? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. Who said that? Your elders, a bunch of fools, the girl frowned and said. Flying heaven warriors only find it more difficult to awaken star meridians, not that they can't. Theoretically, even as a semi-divine, they can continue to awaken star meridians, it's just that very few among semi-divines can do so. Li Yuan listened intently. Many of the basic knowledge for the 7-star civilization might be a knowledge desert. This was all experience summed up by generations of divine beings. Theoretically, at the prime warrior stage, with your skills, spiritual power, it's impossible to sustain until awakening the 8-star veins, the girl said seriously. Thus, awakening the 7-star pulse is a kind of limit for prime warriors. Step into the flying heaven, and work hard to awaken the 8-star pulse. This is my highest expectation for you, she added. Li Yuan listened intently and finally asked, what about the 9-star pulse? Don't aim too high, she said. The 9-star pulse, forget your civilization. It's probably legendary even in the entire dimensional domain, the girl seemed to recall something. After pondering for a moment, she added, of course, I'm not saying you have no hope at all, but remember, eat your food one bite at a time, the 9-star pulse. At least wait until you reach the 7-star pulse as a second-order prime warrior before you contemplate the 9-star pulse. Understood. The two talked for a while longer. Li Yuan stored all the treasures gifted by Ji Yu into the storage magical treasure, and took possession of the token that allowed entry and exit from the world within worlds. I've said so much, she said. Remember, once you go out, don't reveal the secret of receiving a divine being inheritance. A precautionary heart is necessary, the girl instructed. Wait until you reach the second-order limit in strength, then come back and see me. I'll send you to Little Fire. With that, she didn't wait for Li Yuan to say goodbye. With a wave of her hand, an invisible ripple swept by, and Li Yuan had disappeared from the spot. I didn't expect this. After so long without speaking, as soon as I saw someone, I talked so much, the girl murmured to herself. Father, it appears that your disciple is quite extraordinary, to have received such a top-notch visualization method. Our chances of success have perhaps increased a bit more. Little brother, I hope you don't let down my expectations. The girl gently closed her eyes, standing motionless in the void like a porcelain doll. As if slipped into slumber, with a buzzing sound, Li Yuan's world spun. He still had many questions he hadn't finished asking, like who had killed the ancient Torch Divine, or how this world within worlds came into being if divine beings couldn't descend upon the star realm, and the whereabouts of Lin Lanue. But Gu seemed unwilling to say more, and simply sent him away. With a silent buzz, as everything settled down, Li Yuan found himself in a grand hall when his vision cleared, noticing himself in a vast space. All four walls of the hall were of a fiery red hue. Even more so, the divine pillars were engraved with a great number of firebird reliefs, as if he had entered a world of flames. The Hall of Inheritance of the Fire System Divine, Li Yuan thought to himself, not feeling too alarmed. Based on his recent communication with Gu, having become the direct disciple of the ancient Torch Divine, the Boundary Spirit would surely treat him with great courtesy. He might even be granted a certain level of authority. Suddenly, Li Yuan, have you succeeded? An excited voice came from not far away, followed by a figure clad in red, a striking silhouette who walked over from the corridors of the hall. Li Yuan's eyes brightened at the sight. It was Lin Lanue. But she had changed. From high school to now, hardly a year had passed, and although they frequently met in the virtual network, especially around the time of Shubo's death, when they spent several days together, Li Yuan had already noticed the change in Lin Lanue's temperament, becoming more heroic, but that was still a subtle change. Until today. As they met again, Lin Lanue was not the kind of stunning beauty, but she had completely shed her high school immaturity, undergoing a profound transformation. Her temperament was very special. Subconsciously, Li Yuan thought of Gu. This was a completely different kind of aura. Gu had the pure feel of a young girl with an additional touch of coldness that made people not want to profane. Lin Lanue, on the other hand, was the opposite, standing there as if radiating endless fervor. Of course, Li Yuan had to admit that if he were to compare the two, Lin Lanue still fell much short. But she was far superior to many other women Li Yuan had seen. Their gazes collided. Lanue, you're actually here? Li Yuan also smiled. His trip to the world within worlds, where he received the divine being inheritance, was an unexpected joy. He had originally only planned to rescue Lin Lanue. But looking at the current situation, Li Yuan vaguely understood that she might no longer need his rescue. It was a reunion after a long separation, and in such a scene, both of them felt something unusual. Lanue, did you know I was coming? Li Yuan thought of what Lin Lanue had said earlier. Yes. The Boundary Spirit told me about you, said that you went to accept the Earth System Divine Being inheritance. It seems that you have succeeded. Lin Lanue revealed a smile, seemingly happy for Li Yuan. That Earth System Divine Being is even more powerful than my mentor, Lin Lanue said. Mentor? You have taken a Fire System Divine Being as your master? Li Yuan's eyes lit up. But just as a name-registered disciple. Lin Lanue smiled. In this regard, I am far inferior to you. I was able to become a disciple not because of talent or comprehension, but because of bloodline compatibility. Bloodline? Li Yuan became even more puzzled. Until now, he had guessed that Lin Lanue might have received or was in the process of receiving the Fire System Divine Being inheritance. But only because of the bloodline? This was something Li Yuan had not anticipated. Come over and take a seat, I'll explain it to you slowly, Lin Lanue said with a smile. All right. Although Li Yuan had intentions of sending the news of his survival back to the Seven-Star Alliance, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. Lin Lanue led the way. Li Yuan followed, and the two quickly arrived at an auxiliary hall. There was a cushion here, clearly a quiet chamber. You take a seat, I'll just sit on the ground, Li Yuan said with a laugh. They both sat down. Then, Lin Lanue began to narrate her story. This Fire System Divine Being, is it a true phoenix? Li Yuan listened to Lin Lanue's story, feeling an unknown shock in his heart. Born a divine being? Yes. She once followed that powerful Earth System Divine Being. Lin Lanue spoke thoughtfully. The true phoenix is part of an extremely terrifying divine beast clan in the dimensional rivers. Each true phoenix, after 1,000 years, can rely on its bloodline to gradually grow into a divine being. They are innately divine beasts, destined to achieve godhood. Impressive, indeed. Li Yuan said earnestly. Born destined for godhood? Divine beasts are truly something else. Don't worry too much about one's origin. Having a superior birth means innate potential. A gentle voice sounded around them. But even those of humble beginnings can aspire to godhood, or even become one of the most powerful beings among the divine, like your mentor, Li Yuan. And like you, Li Yuan. If you become a god in the future, you will likely be much more powerful than my master. Boundary spirit? Li Yuan looked around instinctively. The voice was familiar, indeed the voice of the boundary spirit he had encountered before. Boundary spirit will not appear. Lin Lanyue said helplessly. It only occasionally hears our conversation and drops a few hints. Li Yuan nodded, understanding. In the beginning, when this star realm was newly created and unstable, my mentor was severely injured and unable to escape further, fearing pursuit from enemies. So she took the opportunity to control the world within worlds, descending into this star realm. Lin Lanyue said. She merged the world within worlds into the core of the star realm, and thus concealed it. Before dying, my mentor stripped away her bloodline from her own body, splitting it in two, and preserved it. This is the fierce feather star realm. In an unstable star realm, divine beings could descend. Lin Lanyue continued. Until 100 years ago, when the fierce feather star realm finally stabilized, no divine beings could descend any longer. That's when the world within worlds came into being. Li Yuan suddenly understood. A newly formed star realm, with its incomplete operating rules, cannot fend off divine beings. Ultimately, among the first group of prime warriors who explored the star realm, the boundary spirit chose my ancestor, Flame City, who naturally had a very high compatibility with the true Phoenix bloodline. Lin Lanyu said. He inherited that incomplete, true Phoenix bloodline, and quickly rose to become a demigod. Li Yuan sighed. So it turned out, the rise of the demigod Flame City was due to inheriting an incomplete true Phoenix bloodline. And then, Feixing held the Blazing Flame family, and what's known as the Blazing Flame bloodline actually contains a trace of the true Phoenix bloodline. Lin Lanyue continued. Even with just a trace of the bloodline, once awakened, it's enough to gradually turn us into flying heaven-level beings. The Nirvana Divine Scripture is also a specialized cultivation method for the true Phoenix clan. I had a strand of the true Phoenix bloodline awakened in me during high school, Lin Lanyue said, which allowed me to enter the Blazing Flame family and receive their extensive training, vastly increasing my strength. Li Yuan immediately remembered that Lin Lanyue had not participated in the April skills assessment. Lin Lanyue glossed over her training experiences in the Blazing Flame family. But, this time, coming to Lin Lanyue's rescue, Li Yuan, after becoming an absolute key player in World Within Worlds, had already obtained a detailed dossier on Lin Lanyue from the Blazing Flame family. She wasn't as relentlessly diligent in her cultivation as he was, but she was indeed fanatically dedicated. In the Blazing Flame family's fire bath training to unearth the potential of their bloodlines, her performance ranked in the top 3 in the family's entire history, Chapter 99. That's why, step by step, she shone within the Blazing Flame family. In fact, in less than a year, her skills had reached the high rank of the 4th stage. Just in terms of skill level, among her peers at Starry Sky University, she went from the middle-lower ranks to the top 30 in 1 year, and there was an increasing trend. Chapter 217. Finally, the demigod of Flame City met with her. After testing, it was confirmed that the concentration of true Phoenix bloodline in her body was second only to that of this progenitor. He decided to send Lin Lanyue to World Within Worlds. Once in World Within Worlds, I passed several tests and eventually merged with another incomplete, true Phoenix bloodline, making my bloodline strong enough to meet the requirements of the Inheritance Divine Artifact, Lin Lanyue said smilingly, and became a nominal disciple of my master. A nominal disciple? Li Yuan was taken aback. Not a direct disciple? Of course not. Li Yuan, you too are a disciple of a divine being, so you naturally understand how high the requirements are for a direct disciple of a divine being. The gentle voice spoke up again. Lanyue becoming a nominal disciple is mainly due to her bloodline. I need her to operate the Inheritance Divine Artifact left by the Master, and then push the entire world within worlds to break away from the fierce Featherstar realm. That will enable us to better select direct disciples, and we too can gain freedom. Li Yuan listened, somewhat bewildered. Li Yuan, world within worlds and the essence of the star realm are fused as one. Normally, at least a martial artist at the Flying Heaven Peak would be needed to claim ownership of world within worlds and fully stimulate it, to make world within worlds break away, Lin Lanyue explained. But this is the second-level star realm, where at most prime warriors come in. Otherwise, the demigod of Flame City could easily stimulate world within worlds. It's a contradiction with no solution. We can only rely on the inheritance divine artifact of the true Phoenix clan left by the master, find a match in bloodline, and use the bloodline advantage to reach the martial arts at the 6th stage in the prime warrior phase, barely stimulating the divine artifact to push the outburst of world within worlds, Lin Lanyue said. Li Yuan immediately understood. Turns out, Lin Lanyue is a tool. Is she a stepping stone for the boundary spirit to leave the star realm and find a direct disciple? But it couldn't be said that Lin Lanyue hadn't gained anything. On the contrary, her gains were immense. Just a piece of the incomplete true Phoenix bloodline. As long as Lin Lanyue didn't slacken in her own cultivation in the future, with her true Phoenix bloodline and the super high compatibility with the fire system, she was almost destined to become a demigod. Li Yuan, Lanyue needs to practice in the Hall of Inheritance for a while longer, the boundary spirit's voice rang out again. Once she fully adapts to the post-transformation bloodline and becomes a prime warrior, advancing her martial arts into the 5th stage, I will naturally let her leave, to venture and temper herself in the outside world, only returning when she reaches the 2nd order limit. Would you stay here with her for a while longer, the boundary spirit said. Or leave first? Leave first. Lin Lanyue took the initiative, her bright eyes on Li Yuan. Li Yuan, you have now received the Earth System Divine Being inheritance. Staying here is useless, and I am not in danger. After you go back, just inform the demigod of Flame City about my situation. Lin Lanyue was already moved in her heart that Li Yuan had come to rescue her despite the dangers, and their meeting was enough for her. Li Yuan looked at Lin Lanyue's face. He thought for a while. All right. I've been in the Divine Palace ruins for more than half a month. If I don't return, they would probably start worrying that I'm dead, Li Yuan said with a smile. I'll take my leave first then, and we'll see each other once you come out. All right. I will come out as quickly as possible, and then we will meet on Feixing, Lin Lanyue said with a smile. See you on Feixing. During their recent conversation, Li Yuan had also mentioned some of his own experiences. For instance, his triumph in the virtual battles of the Blue Star competition. Only then did Lin Lanyue learn that Li Yuan would be going to Feixing to inherit the martial god inheritance in a few months. Soon after, accompanied by an invisible fluctuation, Li Yuan was taken away by the boundary spirit and disappeared within the fire system divine inheritance hall. Lin Lanyue's smile faded from her face, revealing a trace of loneliness. I can sense that he has a favorable impression of you. If you had asked him to stay with you for a few days, he probably would have stayed, the boundary spirit's voice spoke up. There's no need. Seeing him once is satisfying enough for me. His cultivation time is precious. Staying here doesn't benefit him. Lin Lanyue shook her head. Besides, why should I give him a reason to stay? The boundary spirit did not try to persuade any further. Boundary spirit. Based on the time, it should be time for a new round of fire refining nirvana, isn't it? Lin Lanyue suddenly said. It's still 1 day away. Are you sure you've rested enough? The boundary spirit asked. Yes, I've rested well. As a being with a mighty bloodline, relying on her bloodline alone could enable her to grow stronger. But if she could diligently cultivate, doing her utmost to unearth the power of her bloodline, she could become even more formidable. Fire refining nirvana was a trial site left by the fire system divine for his disciples. It was 100 times more painful than the fire bath that Lin Lanyue had endured before, but she was much stronger than before. Remember, when undergoing fire refining nirvana, use the visualization method, a gentle voice arose. Doing so will accelerate the growth of your soul. Within the world within worlds, outside the massive, continuous ruins of the Divine Palace, a large number of first-rank martial artists and prime warriors stood guard, numbering in the hundreds. They were vigilant in every direction. The ones in charge of leading them were Si Feng, Cross, and Bai Ya. How long has Li Yuan been inside? Almost 20 days now, Si Feng and Cross chatted. For talents like them, the simple task of standing guard was extremely boring. Li Yuan isn't even from the fire system lineage. According to the information provided by the Blazing Flame family, he's been in there for so long. Si Feng couldn't help but say. Don't be a jinx, Cross said in a low voice. I believe in Li Yuan. He can definitely make it out alive. Cross was extremely grateful to Li Yuan, who had once saved his life. He didn't want to believe that someone as strong and talented as Li Yuan would die in the ruins of the Divine Palace. After all, so many from the Blazing Flame family had made it out alive before. Don't blame Si Feng, Bai Ya sighed lightly. It's just logical reasoning to assume that the longer it takes, the less likely Li Yuan is to survive. Suddenly, there's someone. Someone is coming out of the Divine Palace ruins. Excited shouts came from not far away. Si Feng, Cross, and Bai Ya were immediately startled, and they looked up towards the door of the distant ruins. Whoosh! A figure clad in earthy yellow robes was striding out of the palace at great speed. It's Li Yuan. Cross recognized him at a glance, almost jumping up in excitement. Li Yuan. Si Feng was equally shocked, and even more delighted. Haha, awesome, he's come back alive. Alive? He survived 17 days? Bai Ya also showed a smile, yet she found it somewhat unbelievable. After all, according to previous records from the Blazing Flame family, if one was not from the fire system lineage, most would have come out alive within a few days. So many days had passed. In fact, not just them, but many people outside also felt that Li Yuan was very likely dead within the ruins of the Divine Palace. But now, after so long, Li Yuan had come out alive? Whoosh! Li Yuan was very fast, and in just tens of seconds, he arrived at the base camp of the 7-star civilization station troops. Li Yuan. Li Yuan, Cross, Bai Ya, and others went up to greet him, their voices tinged with a hint of excitement. Long time no see, Li Yuan said with a smile upon seeing this group of old friends. The return of Li Yuan made the group of stationed martial artists extremely excited, and they immediately transmitted the news to other warriors in the world within worlds. It was also sent to the war fortress in the Star Realm. Deep beneath that large ore vein, inside a mysterious stone chamber, it was rather dim. Russell Alicia's body was emanating strands of blue light, swirling and faintly inducing the forces of heaven and earth. She suddenly opened her eyes. Alicia felt the vibration in her smart ring and looked down at it, her eyes flashing with surprise. Li Yuan has returned alive? That freak came out alive. Quick! Go see him fast, the voice of Little Star instantly resounded in her mind. Being trapped in the Divine Palace ruins for so many days, he must have gained something quite special. Hurry up and ask, see if we can get any useful information. Maybe we can also take a chance. Don't waste the opportunity. Shut up, Alicia frowned, and immediately, she tapped the light screen, first sending Li Yuan a message. Are you okay? Not hurt, right? The news of Li Yuan coming out alive, in a very short time, made Lu Nef, Wu Menong, Yu Jing, and others aware. This was followed by Wu Menong and others also passed the news to the Alliance's senior officials at the first opportunity. Above Kunlun Martial University in Sha Country, Fang Hai received the news in the quiet chamber of his own flyer. Li Yuan has come out alive. Good that he's alive. I wonder, being trapped so long inside, if he has gained any special discoveries. Fang Hai, Bai Shan Semi-Divine, and other senior officials of the Alliance, after receiving the news and having their concerns eased, also grew curious. Li Yuan is clearly from the Earth system lineage, so why did he stay so long in the core of a fire system divine's ruins? Did he have any special acquisitions? Time passed. In the encampment outside the ruins of the Divine Palace in the world within worlds. Li Yuan looked at the multitude of messages sent from the outside world through his smart ring. Some were comforting, some were congratulatory. Most were from his elders. Of course, besides these messages, there were many more that were curious and inquiring. It seems there are quite a few people curious about my experiences, Li Yuan thought to himself. Without much hesitation, he quickly turned the draft he had prepared in his mind into a detailed experience report and uploaded it directly to the warbase. The content was intricate and detailed, but the gist of it was, he had received inheritance from a demigod, obtained 2 star techniques, a visualization method, and a semi-divine long spear. That was all. As for whether the Alliance's upper echelons would believe it or not, Li Yuan didn't care too much. The reason he revealed the star techniques and the semi-divine long spear was that he would soon be using these items, and sooner or later he couldn't keep them secret. So it was better not to hide them. At the same time, through communications with Wu Menong and Yu Jing from the outside world, Li Yuan also learned of the many situations that had occurred in the outside world during the past half a month he spent in the Divine Palace ruins. The fighting was fierce. So many flying heaven warriors have died? Even Abbott is dead. Li Yuan sighed to himself. People like Tavares and Wu Menong, Li Yuan had never heard of before coming to Feixing. But Abbott? He had heard of him. He was a genius prime warrior with a great reputation in the Alliance. The rumors always said he would definitely become a strong flying heaven warrior in the future. Unexpectedly, he had died in the fierce Feather Star realm. Li Yuan, we have already reported your account to the high-level officials of the Alliance, Wu Menong transmitted a message. In the coming time, the GUU Divine Palace might still instigate a new war, so we hope you can continue to stay on for some time, and always be ready for war. Continue to stay on? Li Yuan had no objections. Even if I go back to Blue Star, I would just be training in school, Li Yuan thought to himself. It's the same anywhere. For Li Yuan now, he had the map of myriad stars with him at all times to study and comprehend. Training anywhere, there was not much difference, coming up. Besides the usual training in origin power, visualization method, and spear practice, Li Yuan thought, another important thing is to continue making efforts to awaken the life star. Strive to elevate the 2nd star meridian from the 4th layer awakening to the 5th layer life level as soon as possible. That way, I can cultivate the 5th layer star technique, Stellar Mysterious Body. Such a 5th layer star technique, if cultivated to a certain extent, would significantly boost Li Yuan's strength. And it would lay a good foundation for Li Yuan's future cultivation of the 7th layer star technique, Great Earth Divine Body. Li Yuan's report did not cause much of a stir. The higher-ups might not fully believe what Li Yuan said, but for now, Li Yuan was still in the world within worlds. Even if some star masters and demigods in the Alliance's upper echelons had opinions and thoughts, they could only hold back for the time being. It was not possible to come and inquire about Li Yuan right now. As time passed, there was no outbreak of a major war between the GUU Divine Kingdom and the 7-star civilization, as if the GUU Divine Kingdom had completely given up. Until the 6th day after Li Yuan's return, the sun hung high in the sky. In a temporarily erected tent in the encampment outside the Divine Palace ruins, Li Yuan sat cross-legged, silently cultivating all heaven's stars, and fervently absorbing origin power from the outside world, continuously driving his life-level evolution. At the same time, he also split his thoughts, continuously attempting to awaken his life star. Suddenly, buzz, Li Yuan's body vibrated violently, emitting wisps of earthy yellow light. Haha, very good. To think that the 2nd star meridian has actually reached the 5th layer star veins level, Li Yuan was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Just a few days. Luck was on his side. Carry on, Li Yuan calmed his heart and did not rush to cultivate the star technique but continued to try to awaken the life star. More than an hour later, suddenly, Li Yuan suddenly felt a vibration from his smart ring and looked down, his pupils immediately constricting. Warning. War warning. A full-scale invasion, at 136 exits, first-rank warriors from GUU Divine Kingdom have simultaneously emerged, requesting assistance. Requesting support. Returning from the Divine Palace ruins, Li Yuan was already aware of the recent situation. Nearly 10,000 first-rank martial artists from the Seven-Star Civilization were stationed in the world within worlds, carrying out inquiries almost everywhere. At the several hundred explored exits, warriors were left on guard, positioned there as a precaution. However, in the days since Li Yuan emerged from the ruins, the Seven-Star Civilization hadn't suffered any attacks. So subconsciously, Li Yuan had assumed that GUU Divine Kingdom had given up. At least for the upcoming year, during the time he'd still be staying in the world within worlds, he didn't expect any further assaults. I didn't expect them to be waiting for us here. The number of exit points issuing alarms has surpassed 164. Li Yuan glanced at his smart wristband, where various data was continuously updating. A hint of murderous intent crossed his eyes. All of this could only mean one thing: the GUU Divine Kingdom had launched a full-scale attack. All of a sudden, whoosh, 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 several figures flashed by and had already arrived outside Li Yuan's tent. It was Alicia, Sifeng, and Cross. Li Yuan. Li Yuan. The three looked at the tent without barging in. Whoosh. Li Yuan stood up, and with a move, he was already outside the tent. There's nothing much to say. You all must have received the message, Li Yuan said gravely. The GUU Divine Kingdom has been silent for so long. By daring to attack again, it shows they are confident in fighting us. They even believe they can annihilate us, Li Yuan stated gravely. Alicia, Sifeng, and Cross couldn't help but nod in agreement. Each of you led a team, according to the intelligence pointers, to engage in battle and try to clear them out, Li Yuan said indifferently. Li Yuan, what about you? Alicia couldn't help asking. I will stay outside the Relic Divine Palace. Li Yuan revealed a faint smile. No matter what tactics the GUU Divine Kingdom has, their ultimate goal must be to send top-notch talents into the Relic Divine Palace. After all, the ultimate treasure of the fire system Divine resides within the ruins of the Divine Palace, Li Yuan said. Their top talents, after completing their breakthrough, will certainly come here. If I were to join you all in clearing out those first-rank warriors, we might give them the chance to slip into the Relic Divine Palace, Li Yuan said. The loss would outweigh the gain. Exchanging glances, the three found Li Yuan's rationale sound. Of course, if you encounter an unbeatable supermaster, send me a message, and I will come as quickly as possible, Li Yuan said. Any master that could defeat Sifeng and Alicia was certainly no ordinary opponent. All right. With Li Yuan guarding here, we need not worry, they said. Let's go. If we can't win against Li Yuan, can't we still slaughter a bunch of first-rank martial artists? Sifeng said cheerfully, as this journey in the world within worlds was also a trial for them. Just then, quite abruptly, the smart wristbands of the four vibrated again, and they all couldn't help but look down. Sifeng and the others' expressions changed instantly. A prime warrior has died. How is that possible? A prime warrior killed in such a short time? Alicia and Cross were somewhat shocked. It was understood that the strong individuals from GUU Divine Kingdom who entered were only at the first order limit. In terms of power and speed, they were absolutely at a disadvantage compared to the prime warriors. To kill a prime warrior so swiftly, with not a single message sent back, it's likely a 5th stage intermediate rank technique, or even more sophisticated, Li Yuan whispered. Let's go. Take advantage of the fact that they haven't broken through yet, and try to track and kill them. Sifeng, Cross, and Alicia quickly departed. Only a group of first-rank warriors remained, continuing their patrol in the area, on alert. Li Yuan stayed where he was. What a pity. The boundary spirit can't grant me the inquiry privilege over the entire world within worlds, Li Yuan murmured to himself, seemingly speaking to the air. There was no response. But Li Yuan believed the boundary spirit could hear him. It just wasn't willing to give him the inquiry privilege. After all, whether it was the Seven-Star Civilization or the GUU Divine Kingdom, it truly didn't care about their conflicts and killings. Even if billions died, to it, those would just be numbers. Its purpose was to select a direct disciple of a divine, strong enough, with high enough talent. Does it matter which dimensional civilization this disciple comes from? After all, I am only a disciple accepted after the master's death, Li Yuan thought to himself. This true Phoenix Divine was a follower of the ancient Torch Divine, and it didn't necessarily have to listen to him. Continue cultivating. As long as I am strong enough, I can easily suppress the entire world within worlds. Li Yuan sat down cross-legged, quickly calming his mind. Since the enemy has attacked, it's time to enhance my strength. In Li Yuan's mind emerged the many cultivation tips of the fifth layer star technique, stellar mysterious body, along with the most important, star mark. About 270 kilometers away from the relic Divine Palace, in an ancient pathway filled with sand and stones. On the ground, there were bodies scattered haphazardly. A sultry woman in a fiery red battle garment, with a strong and curvaceous figure, gently wiped the fresh blood off her long sword. A prime warrior. The strength was decent, but too bad they encountered me. The woman's eyes were cold. Suddenly, the device on her shoulder trembled slightly, transmitting a voice. Freya, how's it going? Ran into a bit of trouble, the sultry woman replied softly. No big issue, it's already been dealt with, but they carried life locators. The prime warrior's death would have surely alerted the enemy. They're probably coming to capture me now. As she was speaking, whoosh! The woman had turned into a streak of light, rushing toward the exit of the passage, her voice steady and relaxed. Roman, what about you? I've escaped and am now in stealth mode. The voice came through the device, but Muba is being besieged, facing a supermaster of the seven-star civilization, likely to be doomed. What? Such bad luck. The enchanting woman was slightly shocked in her heart. Li Yuan. This mega-scale operation was centered absolutely around her, Roman, and Muba. The thousands of first-rank martial artists who had stormed in were meant to distract the sightlines of the seven-star civilization's side. No, if Li Yuan were pursuing, Muba would probably already be dead. It's another formidable prime warrior from the seven-star civilization. Roman sent a message. All right. Let's not worry about him for now. According to the plan, we must quickly find a hidden place to complete our breakthrough. Yes, we must reach our power limit as soon as possible. The enchanting woman Freya's voice was grave. Their plan was identical to Li Yuan's initial infiltration mission. Only, the roles of both sides had now reversed. Whoosh! The enchanting woman Freya directly rushed out of the passageway, her battle garment turning earthy yellow, disappearing into the vast land. The seven-star civilization had sent nearly 10,000 first-rank martial artists. But eliminating those guarding each passageway, stationed at mining veins, and at the ruins of the Divine Palace. The remaining first-rank martial artists could not monitor the entire world within worlds. 20 minutes later, GUU Divine Kingdom, Outpost Base 4. A week ago, in the Great Battle, Lude Nef, Wu Manong, and others launched a surprise attack here, nearly destroying the entire base, with countless dead or injured. It was now being rebuilt. A large number of personnel from the GUU Divine Kingdom, along with intelligent machinery, were busy at work. However, even with full-speed reconstruction, it would take at least 1 or 2 months for the entire base to recover. In a temporarily constructed 4-story building, on the 2nd floor, inside a meeting room that wasn't too large. More than a dozen silhouettes were gathered here. One of them, a towering figure in golden armor, was Ao Jia, who had once fought with Lude Nef. Kui Ju, how is the situation? Ao Jia couldn't help but ask. Did Freya and the others successfully infiltrate? The others also involuntarily looked towards the figure with a hawk-like nose and a sinister gaze. Kui Ju, the strongest prime warrior dispatched by the Kai divine race this time, with extremely terrifying power, and also the person in charge of this operation. Muba is dead, Kui Ju said in an icy voice. He was tracked and besieged as soon as he entered, with over 20 prime warriors pursuing him non-stop, not giving him any chance to break through into a prime warrior. In the end, he was killed by 3 genius prime warriors who arrived. The room fell into silence. No one expected that one of the 3 semi-divine level geniuses sent by the Kai divine race would be lost as soon as they entered. But Freya and Roman have successfully infiltrated and have started their breakthrough, Kui Ju said indifferently. Freya's strength is the strongest. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. If all 3 top-tier geniuses had died upon entering, it would have been truly grievous. Good. Now that the first-rank kids have made their move, it's our turn. Kuiju's gaze swept over the figures in the meeting room. Now, follow me to kill our way into the 7-star civilization's dominion area. Kuiju, the 7-star civilization's warbase is a fully fledged third-rank base. Are we actually going to storm in? Aojia couldn't help but say. A third-rank base signified the power to annihilate flying heaven warriors. As before, when Lude Nef, Wu Menong, Yu Jing, and others could easily destroy the outpost base of the Guu Divine Kingdom, it was mainly because the outpost base's technological weapons were very weak. But the war base that the Blazing Flame family had been operating for over 100 years, once fully unleashed, was extremely terrifying. Of course we're not going head-on. Kuiju's eyes were cold, but don't they have that huge breeding region? Let's invade it. Slaughtering 1 million people, I refuse to believe the 7-star civilization's flying heaven warriors won't show themselves, Kuiju said coldly. If they don't show, then we'll kill every single one of the hundreds of millions in their breeding region. Everyone's hearts trembled. Truly ruthless. Isn't this a bit out of line with the orders from our clan? Another figure in a purple robe couldn't help but say, the semi-divines of our clan instructed us not to engage in a full-scale war with the 7-star civilization. Muba is dead. Kuiju's icy gaze swept over him. Don't worry, we won't kill many. Just 4. Killing 4 flying heaven warriors or genius prime warriors of equal strength is enough, Kuiju said coldly. I know what you're worried about, but the 7-star civilization's #1 prime warrior is that Lude Nef. He couldn't cope with Aojia. Do you think he can cope with me? Everyone fell silent. On the first day of Kuiju's arrival, he had already fought with Aojia and Wu Simon, proving that his strength was above both of theirs. As for who was stronger between Kuiju and Lude Nef, hard to say, as both had reached a kind of limit of the 2nd rank. Before long, Kuiju, Aojia, Wu Simon, and 10 other flying heaven-level fighters quickly departed from the outpost base, heading straight for the 7-star civilization's breeding area. While the outside world buzzed with activity, Li Yuan, positioned outside the ruins of the Divine Palace, remained composed. Killed 1? Surely a semi-divine level genius? Alicia's strength seems to have improved since before. Li Yuan also received the message from Alicia and Cross. Under their combined attack, and with the advantage of superior physical strength, they managed to kill one of the Guu Divine Kingdom's supreme geniuses on the spot. Continue on. Li Yuan kept his focus on cultivating the stellar mysterious body and studying this star technique. Both are first-rank star marks. The complexity of the star marks of this 5th-layer star technique is on par with a 10th of the first-rank star marks of the true solution of the Earth star vein. Li Yuan was slightly surprised. He soon understood. The real difficulty of the true solution of the Earth star vein does not lie in branding star marks, but in the number of life stars. Without the 9-layer star vein, it's impossible to utilize the full effect of this supreme star technique. Compared to the cultivation difficulty of the 9-fold star technique, branding the star marks was secondary. Furthermore, the stellar mysterious body is the super simplified version of the all things divine body of the 9 layers. In terms of complexity and profundity, it is far beyond the ordinary 5th-layer star technique. The first layer of branding this star technique is relatively easy, Li Yuan pondered carefully. Even though the first layer of the star mark of the stellar mysterious body is complex, with Li Yuan's current level of spiritual power and skills, understanding it was quite easy. Less than an hour had passed. Li Yuan had already started to activate the origin power within his body, beginning to cultivate the stellar mysterious body. If one were to cultivate the Great Earth Divine Body, or all things divine body, then rare and extraordinary external materials would be needed to help with the initiation. But the stellar mysterious body, that required no external materials. One could initiate directly with origin power. The 5th-layer star veins within Li Yuan's body operated, with origin power surging fiercely. Branding. Li Yuan started trying to imprint star marks on the 5th-layer star veins, and he achieved success directly. 1, 10, 100. At first, there were occasional failures, but as time passed, Li Yuan grew more adept, and his speed increased. With the changes in the star meridians, the life star with the imprinted star marks was gradually affecting Li Yuan's body, causing the sinews, marrow, and flesh throughout his body to undergo transformation. Boom! His body, which had previously evolved to its limit, began a further evolution with the infiltration of origin power. Body evolution. Strength increase. Li Yuan could clearly feel his skin, muscles, and bones all becoming tougher and more powerful. This was the body refining star technique, often also referred to as the divine body technique. Many slaughter star techniques are based on the star meridians rotating and bursting out, combined with origin power to unleash terrifying combat power. But the body refining star technique utilizes the star meridians to make the body evolve in an all-round manner. Further still, the body refining star technique is the foundation of all star techniques. Li Yuan reflected inwardly, for a martial artist's cultivation, flying through the skies and tunneling through the earth. The soul is the source, the flesh is the cornerstone. Without the soul, even the strongest body is but lifeless matter. But without the body, even the strongest soul is but a rootless tree, easily dissipated. This is also why pure spiritual shocks are unlikely to directly obliterate an enemy. Top-tier fighters, each with unity of body and spirit, as if defending against external spiritual shocks on their home ground, can greatly utilize the strength of the body. Warding off spiritual shocks naturally becomes effortless. Only that which is material is real. Time passed, and 5 hours later, the initial stage of Li Yuan's body's transformation was complete. I've cultivated the stellar mysterious body to the first order limit. Li Yuan sensed the changes in his physical quality. The fist strength should be about 10% greater than before. A 10% increase in strength, compared to Li Yuan's current physical quality, was already terrifying, especially since this was achieved without a change in life level. Li Yuan's life level was still only at level 26. With just a normal state, the strength has increased by 10%. Li Yuan revealed a slight smile. What if I truly employ a star technique? A divine body technique usually has two states. The first is the fundamental transformation of the sinews, marrow, and flesh due to the changes in the star meridians, which is permanent. The second is the complete activation of the star meridians with the origin power rotating, erupting the real, divine body, which greatly increases origin power consumption and similarly makes strength skyrocket. Stellar mysterious body. At the thought of Li Yuan, the star meridians operated instantly, and tens of thousands of life stars simultaneously shone brightly. The surging origin power brought about a qualitative change in Li Yuan's body. Crackle. Sounds of sinews and bones crackling erupted, and Li Yuan's stature soared swiftly from 1.85 meters to 3 meters tall, his skin even faintly taking on a bronze hue. Such a powerful force, Li Yuan was astonished in his heart, feeling the swelling power within. More than twice as strong as before. Boom! Suddenly, with a fierce clenching of his fist, Li Yuan punched out with terrifying speed, causing the air to roar and explode. This punch, Li Yuan's eyes brightened. He had a feeling that if he were to encounter Mo Hu again, he might be able to kill his opponent with the absolute power of a single punch. No wonder his strength had transformed so greatly after he cultivated just one star technique, probably only the second layer star technique or third layer star technique, Li Yuan thought to himself. Moreover, this was still only the first order limit of the stellar mysterious body. What about when he cultivated to the second order limit? By then, the strength Li Yuan could unleash would only be more exaggerated. No wonder, Ji Yu said, if I could cultivate the Great Earth Divine Body to the second order limit, I would have the basis to kill a flying heaven warrior beyond my level. A gleam flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. The combat power enhancement brought by powerful star techniques was indeed astonishing. An average origin martial artist, even a top-grade origin martial artist, due to inadequate skills and level of spiritual power, usually only cultivates up to the third layer star technique. Genius origin martial artists often strive to practice the fifth layer star technique, sixth layer star technique. And Li Yuan? He started with the fifth layer star technique, with his ultimate goal being the cultivation of the seventh layer star technique and even the ninefold star technique. What level of strength would a all things divine body, revered by divine beings, reach? Li Yuan contemplated silently. The thought of cultivating the supreme, all things divine body, star technique soon, then returning to the Hall of Inheritance to see Ji Yu's expression, filled Li Yuan with anticipation. Continue. See if I can cultivate to the second layer. Li Yuan calmed his mind, continuing to comprehend the second layer star marks of the stellar mysterious body. The degree of mystery and profundity skyrocketed instantly. It was at least 100 times more complicated. This is tough. Li Yuan felt the challenge. Li Yuan also understood that for many top-grade origin martial artists practicing star techniques, just the time spent mulling over and understanding star marks is counted in years. Even though his spiritual power was stronger, with a physical quality of only level 26, it was very difficult to master the basics in a short amount of time. Time passed, and wars broke out continuously within the world within worlds, but the seven-star civilization had already occupied an absolute advantage in numbers and top combat forces. Thus the casualty ratio between both sides reached an astonishing 10-1. 2 days' time. The number of martial artists from the Ji Yu Divine Kingdom who had fallen had already exceeded 5,000, of whom nearly 200 were reserve prime warriors. And in these continuous battles, the most brilliantly shining figure on the side of the seven-star civilization was Alicia. Her strength had notably improved compared to when she first entered the world within worlds. The Ji Yu Divine Kingdom has launched an attack on the breeding area, and the casualties are enormous. Li Yuan received news from the outside world in between his training, and his heart shook. Casualties in the millions. So ruthless. A trace of coldness flashed through Li Yuan's eyes. But he remained calm, clearly understanding that with his current strength, he was still no match for those strongest prime warriors. Even facing an ordinary level 29 prime warrior, Li Yuan had to admit that he might not necessarily win. Another 2 days passed, and Li Yuan continued his normal training while patiently delving into the stellar mysterious body. Suddenly, enemy! The enemy has come! A series of alarmed shouts came from outside. Almost at the same time, Li Yuan's intelligence ring trembled again, and his eyes narrowed as powerful forces coursed through his body. Boom! Li Yuan charged out of the tent immediately, looking towards the distance in the direction indicated by the first-rank martial artist on guard. He saw 2 figures rapidly closing in across the vast wilderness a few kilometers away. Their speed was extremely astonishing, each surpassing 250 meters per second, far beyond that of an ordinary prime warrior. Such speed, it must be at least level 24. Definitely the super geniuses from the Ji Yu Divine Kingdom. Senior Li Yuan has come. With Li Yuan here, we should be able to hold them off. Many first-rank martial artists couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Li Yuan standing there. Clad in black, tall and straight, with sharp eyes standing against the wind. In just tens of seconds. Boom! Boom! Those 2 figures exuding powerful auras finally drew near. Sensing the uniqueness of Li Yuan's aura, they also slowed down swiftly. Eventually, they stopped about 500 meters away from Li Yuan, and the 2 sides confronted each other from a distance. It wasn't until this moment that the martial artists of the seven-star civilization saw clearly that one of the newcomers was a beautifully enchanting woman with an alluring figure. The other one, clad in a heavy black combat armor, had a huge scar on his face and wielded a gigantic combat saber. His presence was intimidating simply by standing there. It was none other than Freya and Roman, who had been hiding in the shadows, completing their breakthroughs over the past 2 days. Li Yuan? Freya's voice was cold, with astonishing penetrative power that echoed over the vast desert. You are Li Yuan? The man with the huge scar on his face, Roman, also looked towards Li Yuan. They both sensed the uniqueness of Li Yuan's aura. However, their life detection devices, for a moment, actually failed to calculate the life force across from them. It was as if something was interfering. Nonetheless, they had the information on Li Yuan, and they knew roughly what Li Yuan looked like. Li Yuan responded with a smile but did not speak, wearing a hint of mockery on his face as he looked at the both of them. Freya and Roman exchanged a glance, no longer hesitating. Kill. Boom. Boom. The 2 of them moved instantly, turning into 2 blurred shadows lunging fiercely at Li Yuan. their speed skyrocketing to over 200 meters per second in an instant. After completing their breakthroughs, as semi-divine level geniuses, Freya and Roman were filled with confidence. Even though they knew Li Yuan had entered the world within worlds 20 days before them. But under normal circumstances, what could be achieved just after breaking through to become a prime warrior in such a short amount of time? Not good. So fast. The other first-rank martial artists were somewhat panicked. The burst speed of their opponents was too fast. Boom. They were upon them. Li Yuan. Roman roared angrily, combat intent soaring, as he brought the gigantic combat saber in his hand furiously down. Before the saber arrived, a dazzling origin power saber light, spanning more than 10 meters in the vast sky, had already formed. Fearfully powerful. This slash seemed as if it would cleave Li Yuan apart. Not dodging. What a fool. Freya watched this scene, her hand holding a long spear and quietly thrusting out. What followed, however, divine body technique. Impossible. Freya's heart was filled with shock and fury as she witnessed the most terrifying scene of her life, as well as her last. Boom. The moment that dazzling saber glow neared Li Yuan finally made his move. His body rapidly inflated, and a plain black long spear appeared in his hand. He shot out like an arrow, right from where he stood. Whoosh, straight thrust, pung, a spear stroke swept across the sky. The once imposing Roman was instantly pierced by the long spear, ripped in half, and blood splattered everywhere. Roman, dead. Boom, a thunderous sound echoed through the air. A terrifying spear shadow smashed down, so fast that Freya had no time to react before it had viciously struck Freya's head, who was still dazed. Pung, with an impact of over 1,000,000 pounds of force, coupled with the fearsome power of heaven and earth, Freya was instantly turned into a mist of blood. Freya, dead. Whoosh! Li Yuan descended gently, his body already concealing the star technique, returning to normal. A short distance away, the several hundred first-rank warriors from the seven-star civilization were already stunned speechless. Stronger than Mo Hu a bit. Must be a semi-divine level genius. Li Yuan murmured to himself, too bad, why can't they send a divine child-level genius in here? Whoosh! Li Yuan quickly gathered the treasures left behind by the two. Suddenly. Li Yuan, look at that fire-red token, quick! A calm voice echoed urgently within Li Yuan's mind. It was the voice of the boundary spirit, sounding very hurried. A fiery red token? Li Yuan, hearing the voice of the boundary spirit, couldn't help but pause for a moment. Was this thing observing him all along? It never showed up during the life and death battle with the enemy. But now that it had found something good, it suddenly emerged? With murmurs in his heart, Li Yuan still followed the boundary spirit's command and fished out a fiery red token from the pile of relic items belonging to the two of them. Li Yuan remembered that this was something left by the enchanting woman he had smashed into a mist of blood with a stab of his spear. This token? Li Yuan was somewhat puzzled. The token was the size of a palm, entirely red like fresh blood, with a special symbol engraved on the front. On the back, there was the engraving of a divine palace. The entire token emitted a very special aura, similar to what Li Yuan had sensed in the fire system Divine Being Inheritance Hall. It was the aura of the fire lineage. You can try using origin power to probe into the token and see if you can fully activate it. The boundary spirit's voice rose again, sounding more anxious than before, no longer as gentle. Li Yuan nodded slightly, focused his mind, and quickly, origin power began to permeate into the token. Hiss! At that moment, Li Yuan felt a bit of resistance, but it was not particularly strong. The very next instant. Boom! The fiery red token suddenly burst into a blaze of light, like a hot flame burning fiercely, extremely dazzling. This? Li Yuan's eyes flickered. With his strength, and protected by an origin power battlesuit, he could easily bear the heat of these flames. This flame was the transformation of his origin power running through the pathways inside the token. What is that? Not sure. Unlike the hundreds of first-rank martial artists nearby, who still hadn't recovered from the shock of the scene before. Then, they saw a group of scorching flames suddenly appear in Li Yuan's hand. Damn it. Oh. It's indeed his token. His token. I knew I wasn't wrong. It's him. The boundary spirit's voice suddenly became extremely angry, echoing in Li Yuan's mind. He's the one who killed the master. Listening to the boundary spirit's angry roars, Li Yuan was stunned. According to the boundary spirit, this flaming token was a memento passed down by some powerful entity. And this powerful entity was the murderer who killed the true Phoenix Divine. Such a coincidence? Li Yuan, you should return to the tent first. The boundary spirit seemed to be suppressing the rage in its heart, its voice becoming much calmer. I'll explain it to you slowly. Li Yuan outwardly remained calm and walked back towards his tent. At this moment, Senior Li Yuan. Two figures hurried over, both emitting the aura of martial artists, showing considerable respect. They were the main officers in charge of managing the area of the Relic Divine Palace, and the hundreds of first-rank martial artists nearby were under their jurisdiction. What's up? Li Yuan replied courteously. Li Yuan knew that despite his great strength, he alone couldn't guard the entire Relic Divine Palace. He needed these ordinary martial artists to patrol in all directions and report to him about enemy attacks. Were the two people who just died Genius Origin martial artists from GUU Divine Kingdom? They couldn't help asking. Should we report this to the base? Report it, Li Yuan said indifferently. Write in the report that these two were a bit stronger than the previous semi-divine level genius. From the instant clash just now, Li Yuan had already perceived the two's formidability. Their physical quality assessment from the Divine Palace inquiry was level 24. Skills? Li Yuan guessed the muscular man with the knife was slightly less skilled than Mo Hu, but the enchanting woman probably had already stepped into the 5th stage high rank. If they were allowed to slaughter at will, even Alicia would be defeated and dead. They were incredibly talented geniuses. It could be said that within the entire 7-star civilization, apart from Li Yuan, it was impossible to find such formidable geniuses among first-rank martial artists. Therefore, Li Yuan concluded they were semi-divine level geniuses. Just in terms of skills, Li Yuan thought it was impossible to kill the enchanting woman in one move. Unfortunately, after cultivating the stellar mysterious body, once he fully exerted his power, Li Yuan's instantaneous explosive power was close to a top-grade origin martial artist. Naturally, he accomplished an easy crushing victory. Semi-divine level geniuses? Both of them were semi-divine level geniuses? The two level 20 origin martial artists were shocked. Before entering the world within worlds, they were unaware, but upon arriving in the middle realm, being the core fighting force, they naturally got to understand these briefings. Li Yuan had killed all semi-divine level geniuses in one encounter. To what extent had Li Yuan's strength reached? Just the thought made the two level 20 origin martial artists shudder. Alright, after you report, continue with the patrols, and report to me if there's any situation, Li Yuan said lightly, walking straight into the tent. Yes. The two level 20 origin martial artists became even more respectful. Almost at the instant Freya and Roman perished. In the fierce Feather Star realm, the number 4 base of GUU Divine Kingdom, inside that temporarily constructed base. In a super large conference room, over 100 people awaited, busy. On the giant projected map in the center, the map was blurry, but there were numerous lights twinkling on the ground. Occasionally, a light would extinguish. Each light represented a martial artist from GUU Divine Kingdom who had entered the world within worlds. And the extinguishing of a light signified the fall of a martial artist. The dozens of observers had become somewhat numb. Over the last 2 days, too many lights had gone out. The martial artists they had sent in had suffered over 80% casualties, and according to their big data analysis, at most, within 3 days, the remaining first-rank martial artists would be exterminated by the 7-star civilization. There was no way around it. On the 7-star civilization's side, geniuses like Alicia and over 200 origin martial artists who had made the breakthrough. Slaughtering first-rank martial artists was too easy. Even a semi-divine level genius like Muba, in terms of skill and the treasures he carried, far surpassed Alicia and the others. But what of it? If he couldn't escape immediately, he was still caught and killed by Alicia. Suddenly, in the midst of over 1,000 points of light, The two most dazzling ones suddenly flashed and then went out completely. This scene left many observers stunned, and quite a few people in the meeting room also took notice. There was silence for a whole second. Freya is dead? Roman is dead. The two flying heaven warriors responsible for staying behind to observe were utterly confounded, looking at the scene in disbelief. Indeed, they were confounded. Not long before, they had communicated with Freya and Roman, knowing that the two had just made breakthroughs and had rapidly grown to level 24 using many peculiar treasures. Far stronger than Mohu before them, they had each mastered an introductory third-layer star technique. They were full of confidence. But how much time had passed since then? That they had fallen so quickly? And at the same time? Check quickly. Check. Is there a problem with their signals? A flying heaven warrior panicked. He knew how important Freya and Roman were. Within the entire GUU Divine Kingdom, and even among the Kai Divine race, it was almost impossible to find more suitable, stronger martial path geniuses. Soon. The instrument is functioning properly. The communication is fine. Death. 99% probability. Death confirmed. A series of checking voices resounded. The Immortal Ruins civilization's device for confirming the status of a warrior's life was far superior to that of the Seven-Star civilization. They're really dead? The two flying heaven warriors looked at each other, a chill in their hearts. The death of Freya and Roman was one thing, but what was key was that they both died instantaneously, without sending back any message before death. This was too terrifying. How did they die? If they were killed by the enemy, how terrifying would the strength of that enemy have to be? Or were they killed by the inherent dangers of world within worlds? Send the message. One of the black-robed flying heaven warriors said in a hoarse voice, I'll send the message to Ao Jia, Wu Simon, Kui Ju, and the others. You send the message to Mintian Hu and the two demigods of the Kai divine race. As he spoke, the black-robed flying heaven warrior had already begun to send messages to Wu Simon and the others. Me? The other flying heaven warrior was startled. Damn, I have to send the message to Lord Hu? He could imagine the fury that the message would provoke once sent. But there was nothing he could do. World within worlds, outside the ruins of the divine palace. Inside one tent. The one who killed the true Phoenix Divine was a powerful being named Ancient Torch Divine. Li Yuan listened to the Boundary Spirit's story. He finally understood why the Boundary Spirit was so furious. It wasn't so much killed as poisoned. The anger in the Boundary Spirit's voice was palpable. Back then, my master followed the Ancient Torch Divine into that catastrophic battle, which was extremely brutal, with Divine Being after Divine Being falling. The Ancient Torch Divine was among the most dazzling of them. As a true phoenix, my master's bloodline talent was extremely powerful, and she dominated in her own right. Taking advantage of an opportunity within the enemy camp, that Kai Swallow Divine used a divine poison. The toxin eroded my master's whole body, and in the end, my master only escaped by using Nirvana. Later in the Great War, she was sent away by the Ancient Torch Divine. In her frenzied escape, that Kai Swallow Divine also pursued with the intent to kill, and my master's injuries grew ever more severe. My master could only find a newly born, unstable star realm, integrated the cave heaven treasure with it, hid her aura, and finally managed to evade capture. The Boundary Spirit's voice was filled with rage. In the end, my master died from her grave injuries, leaving us behind. A newly born, unstable star realm, where divine beings have the power to forcibly descend. I have always been waiting for the day I could truly emerge. But I can't forget my master's horrible state before her death, nor can I forget the aura of Kai Swallow Divine. This token, it's his. The deceased, also from the fire system, must be intrinsically linked to Kai Swallow Divine. The Boundary Spirit's voice contained fury. Li Yuan finally learned some partial truths about that war from the past. But aren't divine beings supposed to only live for 5,000 years? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. Almost 10,000 years have passed, could that Kai Swallow Divine still be alive? He might be dead, but he may have left behind an inheritance within his civilization, which was obtained by that young girl just now. The Boundary Spirit spoke somberly. So, Kai Swallow Divine was a divine being born from the Immortal Ruins civilization? Li Yuan asked in slight confusion. From the reports I know, in the entire history of Guu Divine Kingdom, only one, Guu Divine, was ever born. In the past few days, Li Yuan obtained new information about the Guu Divine Kingdom through communication with the outside world. In the many divine kingdoms within the Immortal Ruins civilization, each had once given birth to divine beings, but most of those divine beings have disappeared, most likely due to the end of their lifespan. However, a nation that has given birth to a divine being naturally has a deep foundation. The strength of the Seven-Star Civilization, to be comparable with that of the Guu Divine Kingdom, was sufficient proof of the power of the Seven-Star Civilization. Perhaps it is another divine kingdom in the Immortal Ruins civilization. The Boundary Spirit suggested, you can communicate with the outside world, use the information systems in your civilization to investigate. He was a divine being, and even if dead, he should have been recorded in the history of the Immortal Ruins civilization. The voice of the Boundary Spirit had become gentle again. Why should I check? It's of no benefit to me. Li Yuan shook his head. You won't even grant me some authority within the world within worlds. In fact, even without the Boundary Spirit mentioning it, Li Yuan would still investigate, as he suspected that, apart from the Guu Divine Kingdom, other forces from the Immortal Ruins civilization were now involved. However, he needed to find a way to gain some benefits from the Boundary Spirit. My master has left rules which I cannot break, the Boundary Spirit said firmly. However, if you can verify it, I will definitely give you a tremendous benefit. Really? Don't lie to me, Li Yuan said. I naturally wouldn't lie to you, the Boundary Spirit said. I'm not a human after all. Li Yuan was at a loss for words. Wait for me, swiftly. Li Yuan used the communication device to report the situation he controlled to the external warbase. At the same time, he requested an investigation into everything about the Fire Divine Being. Of course, Li Yuan did not mention the Boundary Spirit, only saying that he had found traces of the Fire Divine Being in the relics of several semi-divine level prodigies, suspecting the involvement of other forces. Fire Divine Being? Tied to divine level forces? Could it be that other forces capable of birthing divines are getting involved? In the war base, Yan Yunyu and Tavares, responsible for staying behind, were shocked when they received Li Yuan's message. At the same time, they vaguely came to a realization. No wonder so many strong prime warriors have emerged. The new ones can even compete with Wu Menong and the others. They're all ones that never appeared in the intelligence from Guu Divine Kingdom before. Turns out, they came over from other major forces in the Immortal Ruins civilization. Yan Yunyu and Tavares both speculated in their hearts. They didn't dare to delay, sending a message to Lu Nef, Wu Menong, and others who were fighting in the defense of the reproduction zones. At the same time, they urgently reported up the information about the Fire Divine Being. Guu Divine Kingdom, Mintian City. Inside a large conference room, several beings emitting powerful auras were chatting leisurely. Among them, two had dark red single horns growing on their foreheads. Kai Jisa, I've heard that quite a few of your first-rank warriors have died, the single-horned elder said with a smile. Haha, great uncle, only a few thousand have died, Mintian Hu laughed. Our people below can easily call up tens of thousands more without any trouble. Even if they all died, in a few decades, there would be a new batch, another red-clothed demigod laughed. Yes, just some cannon fodder, another demigod also laughed. Within Guu Divine Kingdom, as demigods with lifespans of 1,000 years, they would be heartbroken if some super prodigies like Mo Hu died. But first-rank warriors? Second-rank warriors? These demigods didn't care at all. It's really a shame about Muba dying. That youngster was promising, Mintian Hu said with sincere regret. To die for the divine race is their honor, the single-horned elder said indifferently, struggling for divine being inheritance, and competing with another powerful civilization, wouldn't that involve death? Even though he died, he drew a lot of fire. The others, Freya, Roman, will complete the mission, the single-horned elder said with a smile, believe in them. Freya is indeed formidable. To reach 5th stage high-rank skills at 20 years old, impressive indeed. Roman isn't bad either, the other demigods flattered, half sincerely and half ingratiatingly. The single-horned elder had come representing the Kai divine race. The Kai divine race, one of the 9 top-tier powers within the Immortal Ruins civilization, always had divine beings guarding within, incredibly powerful. Suddenly, Minty and Hu and the single-horned elder both felt a surge in their hearts as they received a message simultaneously. In an instant, their faces became extremely somber. What's wrong? What's happened? The other demigods immediately sensed something was very wrong.
Freya, Roman are dead, Minty and Hu said in a deep voice, almost grinding his teeth with each word. Right before their deaths, they didn't send back any information.
What? Freya and the others are dead. 3 semi-divine level prodigies have died. The other demigods immediately realized the gravity. This was catastrophic. No matter how fiercely Ao Jia, Wu Simon, and those powerful prime warriors fought, or how many first-rank warriors entered the Middle Realm, it was all secondary. The truly important ones were the 3 semi-divine level prodigies. Only they had the hope to pass the numerous tests left by the fire system divine and acquire the divine treasure. But now, they had all died. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became extremely oppressive, and the few demigods dared not speak. After a while, Kai Jisa, give up, the single-horned elder suddenly said with a light sigh, order Kui Ju and the others to withdraw. Give up the struggle. In this brief amount of time, faced with shocking casualties, the single-horned elder made his decision. Give up? Minty and Hu hadn't even come to terms with it yet, reflexively saying, we've suffered such great losses, and we're just going to give up. The cost of sunken losses isn't a loss. Don't always care about the chips you're bound to lose. The single-horned elder's gaze was icy cold, yet thoroughly calm. The only possibilities that could kill Freya and Roman so swiftly after their breakthrough are 2. Either Li Yuan is inconceivably powerful, or they were targeted by the forces behind the scenes in the world within worlds. Regardless of which it is, we are no longer suitable for contention in the short term, the single-horned elder said slowly. If you still wish to strive for it, I won't dissuade you. But the divine race, we give up, the single-horned elder declared solemnly. He too was angry and in pain interiorly. It was hoped that one of the 3 semi-divine level prodigies would become a demigod in the future. To lose them like this, yet the means displayed by the 7-star civilization had completely exceeded his expectations. Having lived so long, the single-horned elder knew one thing: sometimes, cutting losses is another form of gain. The Kai divine race had stood tall for tens of thousands of years, with a key reason being that they never obsessed over one thing to the bitter end. Kai Jisa, I must go. Let Kui Ju and the others return on their own. I will sign the contract and give up. Additionally, I will continue to investigate that matter I discussed with you last time and will get justice for you. The single-horned elder stood up, speaking lowly. Inside the divine race, we never let down any clan member. When you have time, go back to see your grandfather. His lifespan isn't much longer. Saying this, the elderly unicorn no longer lingered and directly led his subordinates out of the conference room. He left behind Minty and Hu with an ashen face. The other 3 demigods looked at each other, all waiting for Minty and Hu's decision. Among the 4 of them, Minty and Hu was the strongest. After a long silence, give up, withdraw the troops. Minty and Hu squeezed out 4 words between clenched teeth. Within the fierce Feather Star realm, amid the continuous mountain ranges of the 7-star civilization's reproduction district, an unprecedented fierce battle was erupting in the void. Kill. Kill. Go to hell, snarled Kui Ju with a hawk-like nose and a sinister look in his eyes, holding a long spear. His figure flickered mysteriously, attacking Wu Menong in the distance with frenzy. So strong, he's so much stronger than me. Wu Menong's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he wielded 2 shields, doing his best to fend off Kui Ju's attacks with his spear technique. Suddenly, swoosh! A dazzling streak of golden light cut through the vast sky, instantly blocking Kui Ju's long spear. The blade's light was unending, exuding a domineering and violent aura. It was Yu Jing, who had hurried over to provide support. Your people have started pulling back, aren't you leaving? Yu Jing's sword technique was imperious, his robust voice ringing through heaven and earth. If you don't leave now, once all our people come over and encircle you, you won't be able to escape. HMPH. With a look of resentment in his eyes, Kui Ju saw there was no hope of killing Wu Menong, and so his figure transformed into a streak of light and sped away. Yu Jing did not pursue him further. Having gone through several large battles over 2 days, they had all come to understand Kui Ju's terror. His strength was in no way inferior to Lu Nef. Old Yu, thanks a lot, Wu Menong said gravely. Haha, with our relationship, do we still need to say such things? Yu Jing laughed. The great battle has ended, and the struggle for world within worlds should be able to come to a close. It's over? They've really withdrawn? Wu Menong was slightly startled. Did you kill Wu Simon and the others? No, it was world within worlds, Yu Jing said with emotion. Li Yuan, in just a single encounter, killed 2 demigod-level geniuses. These must be the last demigod-level talents that GUU Divine Kingdom could find. Now all of them are dead. Their struggle for world within worlds is hopeless, so naturally, they withdrew, Yu Jing said with a laugh. There likely won't be any major battles in the near future. Killing 2 demigod-level talents in one move? Wu Menong was shocked and somewhat incredulous. Haha, can't believe it. It's true, Li Yuan's strength is beyond imagination. Yu Jing laughed. According to the reports from several prime warriors who journeyed with him, Li Yuan should have mastered a Divine Body Star technique. Divine Body Star technique? Wu Menong became even more shocked. Hasn't Li Yuan only been in world within worlds for less than a month? To be precise, it's been 24 days, Yu Jing said with a smile. 24 days ago, he was still a martial artist of the 19th rank, Yu Jing said with a touch of emotion. Now, he is a powerful prime warrior who wields a Divine Body Star technique. In terms of strength, I fear he can match up to an ordinary 28th rank prime warrior. Considering his rate of growth, Yu Jing patted his good friend's shoulder with a laugh. It seems that, before long, we will have a new companion at 7-Star Mountain. The news of the end of the great battle in the fierce Feather Star realm quickly reached Li Yuan in world within worlds. However, what he was truly concerned about was the detailed information about the Immortal Ruins Civilization's Kai Divine race that he had just received. He quickly flipped through it. Boundary Spirit, you must have seen it too, Li Yuan said softly. The Divine of Kai Yan is the 6th recorded divine being born into the Kai Divine race. It seems he died thousands of years ago. The genius who broke into world within worlds this time is very likely from the Kai Divine race's demigod-level talents, Li Yuan said. It really is him. Good that he's dead. So good. The Boundary Spirit's voice carried a hint of rage. Li Yuan inwardly sighed. As the years passed, even divines had to succumb to death after the passage of countless ages. After a while, Li Yuan, thank you. The Boundary Spirit's voice turned gentle again. No need to thank me. Li Yuan shook his head. I want benefits, and you said you wouldn't deceive me. Li Yuan also saw that this Boundary Spirit, whom he had never met, would not easily confer benefits upon him. Before long, you will probably begin to cultivate the Great Earth Divine Body, the Boundary Spirit said. I will give you one of each of the 5 elements divine crystals, which should be enough for you to cultivate it to the 1st rank of perfection. Li Yuan's heart stirred. To cultivate the 7th layer star technique, Great Earth Divine Body, in addition to having sufficient star meridian in a high enough skill realm, one also needed external materials, the 5 elements divine crystals, mainly the Earth Origin Crystal. However, the other 4 types of divine crystals were also indispensable. Not enough, Li Yuan shook his head. Don't be hasty. The second benefit, I will close the passage that leads to the Immortal Ruins Civilization. The Boundary Spirit's voice rang again. And the third benefit, haven't you always wanted the inquiry rights over the entire world within worlds? I give you the rights. Deal. Li Yuan revealed a smile. 2 days later, at an entrance and exit of world within worlds, not far from where a faint haze of rosy light shimmered, Li Yuan, looking at the Divine Palace panel that read, Spiritual Awakening Level, 45%, current limit 45%, felt quite satisfied with the fruits of the chase and kills across the map from the past 2 days. Whoosh! Li Yuan stepped into the passage, and as an invisible fluctuation took hold, his entire being swiftly vanished in the glow, already embarking on the journey home. Li Yuan only felt a flash before his eyes, followed by countless colorful lights zipping past him, and he felt as though he was being swept away by a current, his body even experiencing a sensation of weightlessness. His divine sense couldn't be extended outward. Less than this probably isn't the legendary space teleportation, but rather moving along a passage, greater than Li Yuan thought to himself. After barely more than 10 seconds, Li Yuan felt the flowing lights disappear before his eyes, and an invisible force lifted him up from beneath his feet as he rose quickly through the passage, as if buoyed by an unseen force. He gently landed on the metallic induction platform. He had returned to the entrance of the passage, located within the war fortress of the fierce Feather Star realm. Above his head was a giant dome constructed of metal. Less than Li Yuan. Greater than less than Li Yuan. You're finally back. Greater than less than Li Yuan. I'm Tavares. Greater than a group of figures exuding powerful auras had been waiting for some time and came up to greet him, all sporting smiles and greeting Li Yuan in turn. Less than Mentor Wu. Greater than less than you. Mentor Yu. Greater than Li Yuan was somewhat bewildered as he looked at the group before him. He only recognized Wu Menong and Yu Jing. In fact, this was his first encounter with Yu Jing, and as for the others, he knew their names but couldn't match them to faces. But that didn't prevent Li Yuan from using Divine Palace Inquiry to instantly verify the strength of the group. 29.9 level, 29.9 level, 30.2 level, 2 Flying Heaven martial artists, and the rest were top-grade Origin martial artists. And from their self-introductions, Li Yuan understood that these top-grade Origin martial artists were definitely the most fearsome among the 7-star civilization. Each had the strength to fight against a Flying Heaven martial artist. Quickly, through introductions, Li Yuan got to know each of these powerful beings. Lude Neff, and Yangya, Tavares, Dorothy. Each one a legendary supreme fighter in the eyes of common folk, their destructive power akin to human-shaped nuclear weapons, exerting tremendous deterrence. At this moment, they were all exceedingly polite to Li Yuan. Less than honored seniors, greater than Li Yuan couldn't help saying, less than why have you all come here? Greater than. Less than Li Yuan, didn't you send a message saying the passage was closing and you were preparing to return? Greater than Wu Menong chuckled. Less than you were the #1 contributor to this world within worlds battle. So naturally we came to welcome you. Greater than. The first time they met, Wu Menong was quite indifferent to Li Yuan, treating him like a junior. Now, though, he was quite enthusiastic. Less than it's thanks to the seniors fighting on the outside that the warbase could stand unshaken, allowing us to easily win within the world within worlds. Greater than Li Yuan continued, having always been aware of the situation outside. Less than haha, all right. Greater than Lude Neff with his hair in disorder and a smile on his face said, less than Li Yuan. There's no need for modesty, we've seen your contributions. Not to mention other things, just for taking down 3 demigod-level geniuses, you're credited with exceptional meritorious service. Greater than. Less than moreover, in the last 2 days, you led a team to kill nearly 1,000 warriors from the GUU Divine Kingdom, which is also a great achievement. Greater than. Less than when it comes to merits, you are the first. Greater than Lude Neff laughed. Less than it's already detailed in our alliance's report, and there's no need for further dispute over this. Greater than. Li Yuan was speechless. His leadership in the last 2 days had involved using world within worlds inquiry authorization from the Boundary Spirit, akin to having full map cheats. He exposed all those GUU Divine Kingdom warriors who couldn't return due to the passage closing, one by one. In actuality, these warriors were innocent. But in a battle for the existence of a civilization, there was no room for pity. It also allowed Li Yuan to gather a vast amount of spiritual nourishment, boosting his spiritual awakening level to 45%, reaching the current limit. Less than let's go. Greater than less than Li Yuan, we have already arranged a feast to honor your return. Greater than Tavares said with a smile, Less than and no need to call us seniors anymore. You are now a prime warrior yourself. Just call us by our names. Greater than. After the feast, Lud Nef, Wu Manong, and other top-tier geniuses took their leave one after another. The closure of the portal used by the GUU Divine Kingdom was known to the Seven Stars side, and with that, the great battle of the world within worlds had come to a definitive end. Naturally, they didn't linger in the fierce Feather Star realm. The Flying Heaven martial artists like Flame Cloud Fox, Dorothy, and others had tasks to attend to, their presence in the fierce Feather Star realm destined to be a long-term affair. Just the cleanup after this battle would keep them busy for a long time. Only Yu Jing stayed with Li Yuan. Less than Li Yuan. Today is our first meeting, isn't it? Greater than Yu Jing said with a smile. Less than I've heard so much about Big Brother Yu. Greater than Li Yuan replied with a smile. Less than in fact, you're my uncle's lifesaver, and I've always kept that in my heart. I just didn't find it appropriate to mention it earlier with so many people around. Greater than. Big Brother Yu, that was the name Li Yuan had adapted during the feast. Less than oh. Greater than Yu Jing expressed surprise. Li Yuan immediately recounted the incident of his uncle Li Chongzhou trapped in the Rob Sea. Less than if it hadn't been for you guarding the war fortress back then, my uncle would surely have perished. Greater than Li Yuan said. Less than that battle. Greater than Yu Jing immediately remembered and with a smile said. Less than I believe that in the future, you will do the same, making contributions to our entire civilization. Greater than. For a top-tier prime warrior like Yu Jing, they enjoyed a wealth of resources from civilization and were highly valued by the upper echelons. But many crises involving the second-level star realms required them to fight at the forefront. Less than also, congratulations are in order for receiving the inheritance of a demigod-level powerhouse. Greater than Yu Jing said with a smile. Less than the legendary visualization method is said to be very mystical. Greater than. He was also somewhat aware of Li Yuan's gains. Less than it was just good luck on my part. Greater than Li Yuan said with a smile. Less than it's because your strength is formidable. Greater than Yu Jing looked at Li Yuan. Less than the demigod-level geniuses from the Immortal Ruins civilization were all formidable. Yet they all fell to your hands, which says it all. Greater than. Li Yuan did not retort but immediately showed curiosity. Big Brother Yu, is the visualization method very rare? Very rare, Yu Jing said. The visualization method can only be used by martial artists after divine beings expend their mental energy to condense their true form into some special treasures. It's not easy even for a divine being to create one, and they wouldn't bestow it unless they deemed it valuable. Moreover, our 7-star civilization hasn't even given birth to a divine being, Yu Jing said with a sigh. As far as I know, aside from a few demigods and flying heaven warriors who obtained it by chance, even some demigods and star masters probably haven't received the visualization method. Many demigods and star masters don't have the visualization method? Li Yuan was secretly shocked. In an instant, Li Yuan realized the value of the visualization method he had in his hands. Of course, no one knew that he still had the visualization method. I'll accompany you back. Star Master Fang Hai and the Flame City demigods are on their way to the fierce Feather Star Realm entrance, Yu Jing said with a smile. They're coming specially to welcome you. The principal is coming? Li Yuan's eyes brightened. He was not surprised that the Flame City demigods would come. This was because Li Yuan had specifically sent a message before leaving, which concerned the life and death of Lin Lanyue. But the principal? Don't be surprised. If the title of the #1 talent of your civilization from the Blue Star virtual battle was debatable, then, after the battle in the world within worlds, it has basically been confirmed. Yu Jing said with a smile. Lud Nef and Wu Manong, such proud individuals, were very courteous to you. What do you think that's for? Because they believe you will definitely catch up with, or even surpass them, in the future, Yu Jing said seriously. Li Yuan nodded slightly. So that was it. Strength. It's always formidable strength that convinces people. Therefore, it's normal for the higher-ups to value you, Yu Jing said smilingly. I too am looking forward to the day you make a name for yourself on 7-Star Mountain. 7-Star Mountain? Li Yuan was puzzled, he had never heard of it. You'll understand once you enter the Martial Divine Hall in July, Yu Jing said with a smile. That's where all the top talents of our entire civilization gather. Li Yuan immediately understood. So-called 7-Star Mountain was presumably a place that only those awarded a quota for the martial god inheritance could reach. July, huh? Li Yuan thought to himself. Today was already March 29th. July was not far off. Big brother Yu, before we go back, may I sell all the war trophies I've collected in the world within worlds? Li Yuan asked. His 2 storage magical treasures were already more than half full, they needed to be emptied. Okay. Star Master Fang Hai and the others are still on their way, selling a few things won't take too long, Yu Jing didn't mind. Inside this war base, a huge appraisal room was already built, and with Li Yuan's arrival, the group of appraisers began to bustle. Rustle, clang, clang. Li Yuan waved his hand, and a large number of collected treasures quickly fell to the ground, mainly consisting of weapons. Apart from the slain demigod-level genius with the enchanting face, suspected to have flying heaven-level spiritual power, who had a storage magical treasure. People like Mo Hu did not have storage magical treasures and naturally carried very few treasures. But little by little adds up, after nearly half an hour of detailed testing. Sirs, the middle-aged chief appraiser respectfully said, for all the treasures, we are willing to offer about 59.3 billion Blue Star coins. Oh, that much? Yu Jing was slightly surprised. After all, from his perspective, most of them were just ordinary weapons used by prime warriors. Mainly those life-saving items left by a few killed demigod-level geniuses, which drove up the price, Li Yuan said with a smile. He had already checked beforehand and was not surprised by the price. Yu Jing nodded slightly. With his strength and status, he wouldn't care too much about a few 100 billion Blue Star coins. In fact, Li Yuan didn't care either. 600 billion Blue Star coins was definitely a huge sum unimaginable to the common person. But mere money? It didn't mean much to Li Yuan anymore, as most of the treasures he needed for his next phase of cultivation could not be measured in money. The most important point. This time, apart from the treasures obtained from the Hall of Inheritance and Boundary Spirit, Li Yuan thought to himself, the biggest gain was the storage treasure left by that demigod-level genius, astonishingly as large as 6 cubic meters, roughly the size of my storage treasure. Moreover, it contained a 4th-rank treasure. A 6 cubic meter storage magical treasure in the 7-Star Alliance could easily sell for more than 600 billion Blue Star coins, a sum Li Yuan had no intention of selling. As for 4th-rank treasures, these were even more priceless. All in all, Li Yuan's journey to the world within worlds had garnered him enormous gains. If one were to also count the semi-divine artifact, the 5 elements divine crystal given by the Boundary Spirit, and the like. Li Yuan's wealth was now comparable to that of many peak flying heaven warriors. After handing over all the sellable treasures, Li Yuan and Yu Jing boarded the return journey on the underground train, which shuttled beneath the sprawling district. Over 1 million people died outright? And the total casualties exceeded 6 million? Along the way, Li Yuan listened to Yu Jing recount the casualties caused in the sprawling district by the Star Realm War, and even he shuddered slightly. Those were over 1 million living people, it was unavoidable. The clashes between flying heaven warriors are too widespread, and that pack of scoundrels from the Immortal Ruins civilization deliberately slaughtered. Even though we did our best, we only managed to barely hold them off, Yu Jing said in a low voice tinged with anger. Had you not killed those few demigod-level geniuses in the world within worlds, making them feel hopeless to compete and now retreat, the actual casualties would have been even greater, Yu Jing said coldly. We have already found out the leader was named Kui Ju, a genius prime warrior from the Kai divine race. Kui Ju? Kai divine race? Li Yuan silently repeated these 2 names in his heart, engraving them in his memory. When he became powerful, if the opportunity arose, Li Yuan wouldn't mind seeking revenge. 6 hours later, the train had covered thousands of kilometers, and Li Yuan finally arrived at the entrance and exit of the fierce Feather Star Realm and facing with Yu Jing. It's time to leave. The next time I return, it will be when I am cultivating the true solution of the Earthstar Vein to the second rank, Li Yuan said, taking one last look at the vast lands of the fierce Featherstar realm. In the last few days within the world within worlds, aside from annihilating a large number of martial artists from the Guu Divine Kingdom, Li Yuan had also visited that mysterious stone chamber, attempting to continue his cultivation of this supreme star technique. He failed again. It also made Li Yuan understand that in the short term, there was no way to cultivate this supreme star technique to the pinnacle of the second rank. He had to wait until his physical quality, spiritual power, and skill realm were higher before there was hope. Sigh. The two stepped through the passage between worlds. Early martial law was in place along the road, accompanied by a series of uncomfortable invisible fluctuations sweeping through, and they had arrived at the Grand Hall on the other side. Back on Feixing. Truly back to the civilization of his hometown. Passing through the breeding area in the fierce Featherstar realm, which was also a highly developed human society, but Li Yuan still felt a sense of estrangement in his heart. Li Yuan immediately noticed several figures approaching from a distance. One of them was Fang Hai, and the auras of the other two were even more elusive and unpredictable. Subconsciously, Li Yuan used the Divine Palace inquiry. All beyond the limit of inquiry. It looks like the principal's life level should have reached 36.9, or even the legendary 37, Li Yuan mused.
Only those who practiced the 7-star veins could reach level 37.
As for Fang Hai's strength and foundation, Li Yuan still couldn't figure it out. Principal. Li Yuan stepped forward to greet them and said respectfully, and the two seniors. Star Master, two seniors. Yu Jing also bowed slightly, but was much more casual. This time, both of you did well. Fang Hai, dressed in black, came up to them and with a sharp gaze on Li Yuan, smiled and said, Li Yuan, for such great meritorious deeds, and obtaining the demigod inheritance, I really don't know what would be appropriate to reward you. Principal will decide, Li Yuan said with a grin. Ha ha. The middle-aged man in red revealed a smile. You sure are a slick kid. You're not shy, that's for sure, Fang Hai said with a hint of a smile, much more amiable than before. Li Yuan also noticed that the man in the green robe had an expressionless face. Let me introduce you. This is the demigod of Flame City, and this is the demigod of Qinghe. Fang Hai introduced the two men beside him. Li Yuan bowed again, but he was secretly astonished in his heart. So they were all demigods, indeed. Let's go. Let's talk in the meeting room first, Fang Hai said with a smile. Both demigods have indeed come with questions for you. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. He had been prepared in his heart, involved with the divine being inheritance, and even the channel to the immortal ruins civilization had been closed. If the Alliance's senior leaders let it go so easily, that would be abnormal. Jinghe, you go back to 7-Star Mountain first, Fang Hai said to Yu Jing. We're already calculating your merits. Once it's all done, we will notify you, and it will be added to your 7 stars points. All right. Yu Jing nodded slightly. Their participation in such a major battle also meant their merits would be calculated. In the meeting room, only Li Yuan, Fang Hai, the demigod of Flame City, and the demigod of Qinghe were present. Li Yuan, I am here to question you on behalf of the Alliance. The demigod of Qinghe, wearing a green robe and still showing no smile, said bluntly, this is not an inquisition, but the Alliance hopes to understand more and expects you to answer truthfully. Okay, Li Yuan nodded. The reports say you killed 2 semi-divine level geniuses with a single move. How did you do it? As far as we know, the most powerful among these semi-divine level geniuses have already reached the 5th stage high rank in their skills. The demigod of Qinghe he asked directly. Did you gain any special permissions while in the world within worlds? No permissions, Li Yuan shook his head. I killed them because my physical quality has increased very rapidly. My physical quality has reached level 26. Level 26? That quickly? Both the demigod of Flame City and the demigod of Qinghe were somewhat surprised. They both carried life detectors. But with Li Yuan's current strength, he could easily conceal some of his own aura, making it not difficult. Therefore, the inquiry was not accurate. How did you do it? The demigod of Qinghe asked, frowning. According to the information, You only obtained one myriad life extension fruit. It shouldn't have raised you to level 26 no matter what. His eyes were sharp, trying to see through Li Yuan, and putting subtle pressure on him. Luck, Li Yuan said easily, with his spiritual power, although far from matching his demigod opponents. But resisting a little spiritual pressure was effortless. You need to explain the demigod of Qing He was about to press Li Yuan further. Demigod of Qing He, Fang Hai, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. There is no need to press Li Yuan on things he doesn't wish to say. He has that right. Right? From where? Why don't I know about it? The demigod of Qing He frowned. The demigod of Flame City also showed a hint of surprise. This right, I applied for it from my master before coming here, Fang Hai said slowly. Li Yuan is a core member of the Starfire Martial Hall, and moreover, a person from Sha country. Instantly, the meeting room fell silent. Alliance Hierarch? The demigod of Qing He was taken aback. Fang Hai's master, that was Dongfang Ji. His issuing of this command was a kind of special protection for Li Yuan. Both being demigods. But the demigod of Qing He knew the difference between himself and Dongfang Ji. Dongfang Ji was a terrifying existence that made many powerful civilizations wary and could do nothing about. How many demigods died at the hands of Dongfang Ji during the battle when the myriad demons civilization invaded Faixing? Sure. In the 7-star civilization, Dongfang Ji is equivalent to a god. When he issues an order, even all demigods of the Supreme Alliance Council must obey. Since he has given the order, Li Yuan has the authority not to answer. Then, Li Yuan has principle. In fact, it could be said. Li Yuan smiled and said, in the Divine Palace ruins, I received the inheritance of a demigod under that fire system divine, and among the inheritance treasures, there was a special treasure that could rapidly enhance physical quality. This was an excuse Li Yuan had thought of in advance. He had also inquired with the boundary spirit. Apart from himself and Lin Lanyue, no one knew about the Earth System Divine, not even the demigods from Flame City. In the past, although the demigod from Flame City had merged with the fragmentary True Phoenix bloodline, he still fell slightly short of the mark. Therefore, he did not become a named disciple. And Li Yuan believed that Lanyue would not reveal the secret. Obtained from the demigod inheritance? The Qing demigod frowned. He did not really believe it in his heart. Li Yuan, the demigod inheritance you received, can you talk about the experiences? The Qing demigod asked. Sure, it required passing through multiple tests. Li Yuan slightly modified his own third layer of tests, telling half-truths and half-lies. But my tests differ slightly from the intelligence reports of the Blazing Flame family. The ones who come after can only refer to them. Li Yuan said, I don't know much about the secrets of the world within worlds. This was a disclaimer, not ensuring the veracity of the information. Time passed. The Qing demigod posed question after question, to which Li Yuan mostly answered that he did not know. Some were genuinely unknown to him, and some he had to feign ignorance. Okay. One final question. Do you know why the other passageway in the world within worlds is closed? The Qing demigod looked at Li Yuan. This was the issue the higher-ups were very concerned about. I know. I once had the Alliance check information about Kai Divine Race, Li Yuan said. It's because the fire system divine in the world within worlds and this Kai Divine being were enemies. His inheritance naturally wouldn't allow the descendants of an enemy to receive it. To be enemies with the Kai Divine being. Not just the Qing demigod, even Fang Hai and the demigod from Flame City showed surprise. Li Yuan remained calm. This was also the real reason. Otherwise, in the eyes of the boundary spirit, all who entered the world within worlds were potential successors. How could it show such favoritism? It was precisely because the Kai Divine Race was the enemy. The boundary spirit chose to close that one passageway. Li Yuan even suspected that the sudden appearance of a second channel in the world within worlds was the boundary spirit's desire for more fire system warriors and earth system warriors to take part in the inheritance tests. Li Yuan, did you summon me because of Lanyue? The demigod from Flame City suddenly asked. Yes. As far as I know, Lanyue, due to her bloodline, has become a named disciple of a fire system divine, Li Yuan said. Deep within the ruins, Lan Yue mentioned it to me. You know the specific reason. A named disciple? She has become one? The demigod from Flame City's eyes lit up, revealing a smile involuntarily. Of course, he knew the reason. More than 100 years ago, he had luckily merged with the fragmentary True Phoenix bloodline. Although he did not become a disciple of a divine, the Boundary Spirit also revealed his mission to him. It was to produce offspring, to see if among his descendants some would emerge with a higher concentration of the True Phoenix bloodline. Then, by returning to the world within worlds and merging with another fragment of the True Phoenix bloodline, there was hope of meeting the minimum requirements to become the master and inherit the divine artifact. For this reason, the Blazing Flame family was established. The demigod from Flame City had not held such high expectations for Lin Lanyue. Yet, to his surprise, it actually happened. The named disciple of a divine? Fang Hai laughed and said, Demigod of Flame City, congratulations. Good news. Even the Qing demigod rarely showed a trace of a smile. Their status and vision were extremely high, and they clearly understood the concept of a divine disciple. Even if she were only a named disciple, even if the divine had passed away, the probability of her becoming a demigod in the future was extremely high. It was like with flying heaven warriors. It's very difficult to train another flying heaven warrior, but to train a prime warrior, it's quite easy.
And in fact, the gap between a demigod and a divine is far greater than the gap between a prime warrior and a flying heaven warrior.
Li Yuan, thank you for bringing this news, the demigod from Flame City said with a smile on his face. This is my V communication number. If there is anything you need help with in the future, just reach out to me. The demigod from Flame City offered his goodwill proactively. Thanks, demigod. Naturally, Li Yuan accepted this gesture of goodwill. A demigod was among the highest tiers of the seven-star civilization. The demigod from Flame City and the Qing demigod left.
Don't take the questioning from the Qinghe demigod too much to heart. Fang Hai looked at Li Yuan. He's not deliberately targeting you, but just following procedure. Many demigods actually don't like to do such offensive work.
Understood. Li Yuan nodded, thanks to you, principal, and the command from Elder Dongfang Ji. My master didn't give a command, I just said it on the spot, Fang Hai said with a faint smile. Anyway, he dares not ask my master for confirmation.
Li Yuan was astonished. Could one really play it like that?
Faking an order from the senior Dongfang Ji, but then thinking about Fang Hai's strength and identity, Li Yuan let it go. Regardless, the interrogation had been passed. As for the questions from the Blue River demigod, Li Yuan didn't really have any thoughts on it, it was just standard procedure. After all, his performance had been too monstrous, too illogical. It was completely normal that the higher-ups of the Alliance would have questions and conduct some inquiries.
This was something any power would do. In the world within worlds, you must have had some extra big gains. Fang Hai looked at Li Yuan and said, but you don't need to worry too much, even if, as some demigods suspect, you have received a divine being inheritance, the Alliance's upper echelons won't take it from you.
Li Yuan listened. Wow. So there really were demigods in the Alliance who speculated that he had obtained a divine being inheritance. First of all, your talent is extremely high. From the perspective of the entire civilization, it's impossible to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. You should still trust the Alliance's higher-ups, Fang Hai said. I understand, Li Yuan nodded slightly. Secondly, about divine inheritances. Our seven-star civilization has obtained inheritances from not just one divine being, Fang Hai said with a smile. Our civilization has divine being inheritances? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. Of course, when you soon reach Seven-Star Mountain, you will naturally understand, Fang Hai said with a smile. If we hadn't received divine being inheritances, how could our civilization, as a newly promoted fourth-level civilization, have risen so quickly in just a few hundred years? And produce so many demigods? Right now, our civilization has dozens of demigods, quite a few more than Tinliang's civilization, Fang Hai said with a smile. Li Yuan nodded slightly, his heart rather surprised. The entire seven-star civilization actually had dozens of demigods? But thinking about it, it wasn't so strange. Sha country alone had 3 demigods. Demigods have a lifespan of 1,000 years. At least the demigods born of the seven-star civilization are all still far from reaching the end of their lifespans. Additionally, you have made great contributions this time, and the higher-ups are tallying them up, Fang Hai said. There will definitely be a great reward, just that it requires some time to wait. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. The great battle in the world within worlds had just ended. Tallying merits and counting losses indeed required time. I estimate, at the minimum, you will be rewarded with 5,007 stars points, Fang Hai said with a smile. 7 stars points? Li Yuan's eyes flickered with confusion. Just now, the headmaster and Yu Jing mentioned the 7 stars points. These are resources needed for purchasing some restricted treasures, Fang Hai said with a smile. You should understand that blue star coins can't buy 4th-rank treasures. Li Yuan nodded involuntarily. Exactly. Like in the Starfire Treasure Repository, many rare treasures are astonishingly valuable, worth hundreds of billions of blue star coins, or even more. But the limit is the 3rd rank's finest treasures. 4th-rank treasures? You can't even see them in the Starfire Treasure Repository? But with 7 stars points, you can exchange for 4th-rank treasures. Fang Hai looked at Li Yuan. 7 stars points correspond to the 7 stars treasury, which is the entire civilization's treasury. The Starfire Treasure Repository that the warriors of the Martial Hall use is just a part of the 7 stars treasury. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. The entire civilization's treasury? There must be a large number of rare treasures. Before, Li Yuan was pondering where to procure some treasures for practicing some star techniques. Previously, you were too weak, so you weren't granted access, Fang Hai said with a smile. But now, your strength has improved rapidly. Once the rewards come through, they will certainly allow you access. Headmaster, Li Yuan couldn't help saying, how much are 5,007 stars points actually worth? If you were to trade them for blue star coins, Fang Hai said with a smile, 1 7 stars point can easily be exchanged for 100 million blue star coins. Many powerful individuals would be willing to trade with you. Normally, like the myriad life extension fruit you took last time, it's worth about 1,000 points. Li Yuan was surprised to hear that. So, 5,007 stars points were worth at least 500 billion blue star coins? The reward wasn't small. In reality, the value you've created far exceeds 5,007 stars points. Just that one mysterious stone chamber alone, rewarding you with 20 or 30,007 stars points would be justified, Fang Hai spoke frankly. But you also understand. The treasures of the entire civilization are limited. There are big expenses everywhere, so the rewards can only be limited. Headmaster, now that my strength is growing stronger, naturally, I should make some contributions, Li Yuan said with a smile. Not to mention, like the myriad life extension fruit, last time, it was directly awarded as a reward. The sheer amount of treasures being almost freely given to cultivate young talents, where does it all come from? Naturally, it's the contributions of the high-ranking powerful beings. Headmaster, I won't conceal it from you, what I got was indeed a demigod inheritance. After all, this is the inheritance site of a fire system divine, and his strongest earth system lineage warriors are only demigods, Li Yuan said with a slight bow. However, the boundary spirit that controls the entire world within worlds gave me a lot of help. I've gained quite a few treasures, some of which I don't need right now, Li Yuan said half true, half false. The most precious of them is a divine visualization method. Whoosh! With a flip of his palm, Li Yuan revealed a translucent jade in his hand, emanating a strange fluctuation. Visualization method. Fang Hai, who had not been too concerned at first, moved his gaze, showing a hint of surprise. You don't need it for yourself? Fang Hai couldn't help but ask. I already have one. This is an extra, all left by that demigod, Li Yuan said. I know the visualization method is precious, but I don't have a better channel, so I was thinking, maybe I could exchange it for some other treasures through you, Headmaster. This was the result of Li Yuan's recent consideration. Selling it directly to the Starfire Martial Hall. He didn't know how much it would be worth. Better find a trustworthy senior. Among those Li Yuan knew, the strongest and most trustworthy were Fang Hai and Bai Shan, the semi-divine. Sell it? Exchange for other treasures? Fang Hai looked at Li Yuan. Silence for a few seconds before sighing lightly. You lad, it seems you really don't understand its value. It's considered priceless at the highest level of civilization, even extremely important to demigods. In our civilization, there is none to spare. It's all been used up long ago, Fang Hai said. It's simply not possible to put it up for sale. All used up? Li Yuan's heart stirred slightly, recalling what Yu Jing had said not long ago. In actuality, Li Yuan might not be ignorant, but he had his own considerations and thoughts. He pondered for a moment. Li Yuan, how about this? Fang Hai looked toward Li Yuan, and said slowly, sell me the visualization method. 30,000 7-star points, of course, that's not the true value of the visualization method, but that's all the 7-star points I have on hand right now, Fang Hai said directly. When I have enough 7-star points later on, I'll make it up to you. If there's any treasure you want, you can also tell me. 30,000 7-star points? Li Yuan's heart trembled slightly. That was definitely enough for his upcoming cultivation needs. Principal, don't you have a visualization method? Li Yuan asked, somewhat puzzled. Fang Hai was a top-level genius from the 7-star civilization, after all. No, Fang Hai shook his head, somewhat wistfully. Visualization methods aren't that easy to come by. Principal. Then 30,000 7-star points, it is enough, Li Yuan said with a smile. This visualization method is useless to me, and as for trading with others, I'm afraid other demigods might not be willing to give me 30,000 points. With your talent, Principal, having an additional visualization method will only make you more fearsome. I think you have hope of reaching the level of a predecessor like Dongfang Ji, Li Yuan said, half flattering, half sincere. Time passed. Eventually, on Li Yuan's strong insistence, Fang Hai obtained the visualization method from Li Yuan for 30,000 7-star points. After such a transaction, Fang Hai's view of Li Yuan became increasingly favorable. In the past, he had only regarded Li Yuan as a junior and student worth cultivating. Even though Li Yuan had performed exceptionally well this time, Fang Hai had just appreciated him more. But having cheaply purchased the visualization method from Li Yuan, Fang Hai suddenly felt lucky. Li Yuan was his great fortune. It should be known that Fang Hai had also made efforts to obtain a visualization method. Dongfang Ji had helped him, but he had never waited for the right opportunity. Now, he had unexpectedly obtained one from Li Yuan. With the visualization method, the hope of my breakthrough to the demigod-level spiritual power will be much greater, and the certainty of achieving my goal will naturally be much higher, Fang Hai silently thought. The transformation of spiritual power became more difficult as one progressed. Prime warriors with flying heaven-level spiritual power, top-level geniuses like Yu Jing and Lu Nef, whether relying on treasures or through the natural nurture of heaven and earth, could all achieve it. But for flying heaven level to have demigod-level spiritual power, even Fang Hai couldn't manage that. Even true demigods, after their breakthrough, often take decades to nurture their souls with their powerful bodies before their souls truly enter the demigod realm. In short, extremely difficult, but having the visualization method would increase the hope by more than tenfold. Li Yuan, in the report you submitted, you said you obtained 2 star techniques. What are they? Fang Hai asked with a smile. Can you tell me? Actually, there were 3. 2 of them are Earth System Divine Body Star techniques. 1 7th layers, 1 5th layer, Li Yuan said with a smile. But actually, the biggest gain I had in the Divine Palace ruins was the initial mastery of a Supreme Star technique. What? Supreme Star technique? Fang Hai's expression changed, disbelieving as he stared at Li Yuan, even more shocked than when he saw the visualization method. Because this was a Supreme Star technique. Although visualization methods are rare, there are still quite a few. But Fang Hai had never seen anyone learn a Supreme Star technique. This star technique, actually Principal, you know it, Li Yuan said with a smile. It is true solution of the Earth Star Vein gifted to me by Bai Shan Semi-Divine. Quickly, Li Yuan changed his story slightly and recounted the true situation with the true solution of the Earth Star Vein. True solution of the Earth Star Vein turns out to be a support-type Supreme Star technique? Although Fang Hai kept a calm demeanor, his heart was filled with shock. After I awakened my star veins earlier, I cultivated this star technique as instructed by Bai Shan Semi-Divine, Li Yuan said wistfully. After obtaining the inheritance, I then knew it was a supreme star technique. This was what Li Yuan had planned before returning from the world within worlds. To gradually reveal his own talent. No, you just said, you had initially mastered it. Fang Hai seemed to realize something late, staring at Li Yuan as if seeing a monster. Have you awakened the 9-layer star vein? Yes. Within the depths of the Divine Palace ruins, I transformed and awakened the first star meridian to 9 layers, and successfully cultivated this star technique to the pinnacle of first rank, Li Yuan said earnestly. Principal, please look. While saying this, Li Yuan's thoughts shifted, and he activated his star meridians. Boom! Under Li Yuan's deliberate eruption, a hazy earth-yellow glow appeared on the surface of his body, with over 100,000 luminous points coming together to form star meridians, revealing them entirely in front of Fang Hai. 9-layer star vein? Fang Hai, observing this scene, was thoroughly convinced. And in his heart, a storm was already brewing. My 7-star civilization has finally given birth to its first owner of the 9-layer star vein. P.S. Last 4 hours. Seeking monthly tickets. Brothers, around 11 o'clock. I will strive to write another large chapter. Let's take the first place. Fang Hai had long known that Li Yuan's star meridian talent was extremely high. As a member of the highest echelon of the Alliance, during numerous meetings, he had discussed Li Yuan with other star masters and even semi-divine beings. All agreed that Li Yuan would definitely be able to awaken 6 star veins in the future. 7 star veins? There was a glimmer of hope. Similarly, Fang Hai and Bai Shan Semi-Divine had also discussed the matter, believing that Li Yuan had the potential to awaken several 7th-layer star veins or even 8th-layer star veins in the future. But 9-layer star veins? Indeed, that was unthinkable.
Whether it was 7-star veins or 9-layer star veins, both were legends in many dimensional planes.
Had anyone cultivated to that level? Yes. But it was extremely rare, and many divine beings found it difficult to find disciples with such star vein talent. Between the two, if one was to say which was more difficult, then the 7-star veins were even more challenging. But, even though Fang Hai was confident in Li Yuan and believed in his potential, he could never have imagined that just less than a month after becoming a prime warrior, Li Yuan had already awakened a 9-layer star vein. He had even mastered the basics of a 9-fold star technique, truly cultivating it to the first-order limit. It was beyond the limits of his imagination. Like an elder who had high hopes for a younger relative, thinking that with decades of hard work and cultivation, the relative might have the chance to become a millionaire, whereas the young one directly reveals a wealth surpassing hundreds of millions. Inconceivable. A monster. Fang Hai could no longer hide the shock on his face. In the past, he had always considered himself highly talented and gifted, barely giving way even to his master, Dongfang Ji. He had always aimed to emulate his own master. But now, after a long moment, Li Yuan, conceal your star veins and star technique. Fang Hai finally regained his composure, his face now showing a trace of solemnity. You haven't leaked the news of your awakening of the 9-layer star vein to anyone else, have you? No, Li Yuan replied, shaking his head. That's good, Fang Hai said, staring intently at Li Yuan, his voice low. Remember, this is a major secret. You can't tell anyone, even Dean Hai or Bai Shan Semi-Divine. You must never reveal it. Fang Hai's expression was more serious than ever before, even more than when he first saw the visualization method. Not even Bai Shan Semi-Divine? Li Yuan asked hesitantly. No. Fang Hai spoke earnestly. The more people who know, the greater the risk of it being leaked. You simply do not understand that once the news of your awakening of the 9-layer star vein is leaked, it could cause an immense storm. How many star veins have you awakened now? Fang Hai inquired. 4, Li Yuan replied. Additionally, 3 of them are at the 5th layer, 2nd layer, and 2nd layer, respectively. That's why I was able to achieve the first-order limit by mastering another body-refining star technique of the 5th layer. No wonder you were able to easily solve 2 semi-divine level geniuses. Fang Hai nodded slightly. If you cultivated for another 10 years, awakening 6 star veins and then awakening another 9-layer star vein, it would still be shocking, but it would be within the realm of comprehension. But what about now? Less than a month after becoming a prime warrior, at only level 26, your spiritual power merely at flying heaven, your skill probably hasn't reached the 6th stage, and yet you've awakened your star veins to this extent. Such talent, to say you won't awaken 7 star veins in the future. I suppose no one would believe it. Fang Hai looked at Li Yuan. Even what's called divine grade, 8 star veins might not be completely out of the question. Li Yuan was listening. Divine, based on what he knew, the ancient torch divine was one of the stronger ones among the divine beings, with only 7 star veins. Even Ji Yu's highest expectation for him was only to awaken 8 star veins. All this was enough to prove just how rare and hard to come by 7 or 8 star veins were. A tall tree catches the wind. My 7-star civilization is at war with many powerful civilizations for some special reasons, Fang Hai said solemnly. Especially the Myriad Demons civilization. That is a powerful civilization that has produced more than one divine being, always coveting our 7-star civilization, trying to completely conquer us. The 2 wars that almost destroyed Feixing in history were both started by the Myriad Demons civilization. Your current performance is already enough of a genius. Fang Hai looked at Li Yuan. Once the news of the Great War in the world within worlds gradually spreads, the Myriad Demons civilization will target you and secretly attempt to assassinate you. Assassinate? The memory of the Tinliang civilization's attempt to assassinate him crossed Li Yuan's mind. If they learn of your terrifying star vein talent, they would likely go to any length, even bewitch the flying heaven level and semi-divine of our civilization to come to kill you, Fang Hai said gravely. Li Yuan was shocked to hear this. Bewitch the semi-divine of a civilization? Was that not madness? Don't be surprised. The vast majority of the flying heaven martial artists and semi-divine in a civilization are naturally good. Fang Hai's eyes were firm. But human desires are infinite. Never test human hearts. In history, there have been cases of semi-divine betraying our 7-star civilization. Semi-divine betrayal? Li Yuan's heart trembled. This was definitely top-secret information. Semi-divine, that was the pinnacle of a civilization's martial power. In short, not to be disclosed. Fang Hai said earnestly. I will report to my master, but from now on, aside from myself and my master, you cannot tell anyone else, understood? Yes, Li Yuan realized the seriousness of the situation. It seemed the conflict and hostility between the 7-star civilization and the Myriad Demons civilization had reached such a critical point. It sounded like other civilizations, like the Tinliang and Cloudbeast civilizations, were not the true threats. It was the Myriad Demons civilization. Once you gradually grow stronger, once you are at the flying heaven level, even a semi-divine, you will have no fear of storms. Fang Hai looked at Li Yuan. At the moment, you can barely protect yourself. But you are still far from truly dominating a sector. The student will surely work hard, Li Yuan said solemnly. Good. You must be tired from your journey. Rest here for a while. I have some matters to attend to. When I return, we'll head back to Blue Star together, Fang Hai said. Yes. Watching Fang Hai leave the conference room, Li Yuan sat in the chair, silently circulating his star veins and regulating his breath. It should be enough to show, thought Li Yuan to himself. During his time in the world within worlds, Li Yuan had been pondering a question. The strength he had revealed in this battle was defying the heavens. What if someone from the 7-star civilization, a demigod, was determined to pry into his secrets? On his own, he couldn't withstand the scrutiny of a demigod. The inquiry from the demigod Qing seemed routine, but it also added to Li Yuan's worries. If Fang Hai hadn't been there to interfere, would Qing have pursued his questioning to the end? From past experiences, the upper echelons of the 7-star civilization don't tend to be short-sighted. Generally speaking, they are quite just. However, it's never wrong to be cautious. Therefore, in a very short period of time, Li Yuan thought of 3 strategies to respond. Firstly, if a demigod were spying on him, it would be because they suspected he possessed a valuable treasure. So, he would offer a treasure, which led to Li Yuan producing the visualization method. Secondly, he needed to find a real powerful backer within the alliance. Bai Shan demigod. He could ask, but wasn't persuasive enough. He might not deter the other demigods, so if he were to seek the strongest, but could not find Dongfang Ji, Li Yuan chose Fang Hai. Fang Hai was a direct disciple of Dongfang Ji, a man from Sha country, and the Hall Master of Starfire Martial Hall in Blue Star. In every respect, he was definitely from the direct line of Dongfang Ji's own faction. His character also inspired quite a bit of trust in Li Yuan. I am also a member of Starfire Martial Hall, a person from Sha country, Li Yuan thought to himself, and even more so, the principal's student, sharing a bond of mentorship. Should I present the principal with a visualization method? Seniors investing in juniors don't necessarily expect repayment, but if the juniors remember and appreciate the kindness, the seniors are certainly very pleased. The principal's status is already comparable to that of a demigod, and I'll become the principal's direct line, Li Yuan thought to himself. Essentially, this means entering the most core circle of the Starfire Martial Hall. Then, Senior Dongfang Ji would become my strongest support, Li Yuan thought thoroughly. The third step, and most crucial first step, reveal one's talents. Allies can falter, so the strongest backup must be oneself. Thus Li Yuan demonstrated his extraordinary talent to Fang Hai to prove his own value. Step by step. In a situation where the principal already had a very good impression of me, to further highlight my own value, Li Yuan mused. Barring any accidents, the principal would quickly get in touch with Senior Dongfang Ji and grant me the best cultivation conditions in the entire civilization. My only problem is that I've revealed my talents a bit too quickly, Li Yuan muttered. But, desperate times call for desperate measures. If I do not thoroughly impress the principal in one go, with his talent and strength, he might not regard me so highly. In Li Yuan's view, at a minimum, Fang Hai possessed 6-star pulse, and might even have awakened 7-star veins. As Li Yuan reviewed his thoughts and deliberated, in the topmost confidential room of this base, a highly secret chamber, countless rays of light converged, forming a large projection. Fang Hai waited patiently, for several minutes, when suddenly, the screen trembled slightly. A blurred figure appeared on the projection. Fang Hai's eyes brightened and he bowed slightly, saying, "Master Shao Hai, what's the matter that you activated encrypted communication?" The soft voice of the blurred figure echoed in the room. "It's important. I feared being spied upon, so I initiated the highest level of encryption on the virtual network," Fang Hai said gravely. "Speak," said the blurred figure, knowing his disciple well. "Li Yuan." "It's the same Li Yuan I've mentioned to you before," Fang Hai said. "He has just returned from the fierce Featherstar realm. In the world within worlds, he..." Fang Hai quickly relayed Li Yuan's general situation. The blurred figure listened silently, being the strongest in the entire civilization, the absolute number one. In his eyes, his enemies and competitors were unimaginably strong, even including deities from other civilizations. Li Yuan, his performance, though outstanding, was considered by the figure to be quite good. Even when hearing about the visualization method, the blurred figure showed no reaction. But then, when Fang Hai said, "Li Yuan has awakened a 9-layer star vein and cultivated a supreme star technique to its first-order limit." 9-layer star vein? The blurred figure finally spoke. "Are you certain?" "I've personally verified it, no doubt about it," Fang Hai stated solemnly. Silence followed. Fang Hai knew his master was contemplating. After a while, "Order him not to leak any information," the softened voice of the blurred figure instructed. "Additionally, when he arrives at 7-Star Mountain, on the surface, provide him with a series of cultivation treasures following the normal process. But secretly, start providing him with the highest level of cultivation on 7-Star Mountain starting next month. In the months before he reaches 7-Star Mountain, let him stay within your watch, protect him well. Everything as usual. I will handle it well, and you make sure he cooperates. Before he truly grows strong, he must not reveal his true Star Meridian talent. No demigod, no Star Master, must know," the blurred figure spoke. "Understand?" Yes, replied Fang Hai earnestly. Perhaps, my seven-star civilization might give rise to another invincible semi-divine being, or even a divine being, the blurred voice said. A trace of anticipation also filled Fang Hai's heart. The talent that Li Yuan had revealed was indeed unbelievably strong. How is your cultivation progressing? Have you been able to advance? The blurred figure inquired again. The law of the great Tao is difficult. Progress is slow, Fang Hai said quietly. I have disappointed you, teacher. That's normal. The law of the great Tao, the essential mystery of the universe, is extremely hard for anyone with flying heaven-level spiritual power to comprehend. You've achieved entrance and are already considered a rare genius throughout the civilization. The blurred figure spoke slowly. When I was at the flying heaven level, I was not as advanced as you. But teacher, you stood at the very pinnacle among the demigods at that time, Fang Hai couldn't help saying. So, don't slack off, you have the potential to surpass your teacher, the blurry figure said. Just be patient, the Wanhan Star Realm. Judging by the time, it should soon emerge. If you can succeed, you will truly have a chance to break through the seventh leaf world. The disciple dares not compare with the teacher, but I will give it my all, Fang Hai said. In the eyes of outsiders, he was a supreme powerhouse commanding respect, who could swiftly gather dozens or hundreds of flying heaven warriors with a single command. But in front of his teacher, he was always very respectful. Whoosh! Fang Hai once again stepped into the conference room, his expression appearing quite indifferent, as if nothing had happened. Principal, Li Yuan looked at Fang Hai. Let's go, back to Blue Star, Fang Hai said with a smile. Yes. The two quickly descended the stairs, and not far from the warbase was the airport. Which aircraft shall we take? Li Yuan asked curiously. No need for an aircraft, Fang Hai revealed a slight smile. True powerhouses rely on their own power to fly. Let's go. An invisible force enveloped Li Yuan, so strong that he couldn't resist at all. Boom. Fang Hai, carrying Li Yuan, shot into the sky, and their speed quickly soared to several times the speed of sound. Much faster than a regular aircraft. Flying Heaven Warrior. It's a Flying Heaven Warrior. The instrument indicates a speed of 2,642 meters per second. In the warbase, a warrior responsible for high-altitude inquiry immediately detected them. Approaching 7 times the speed of sound, definitely a Flying Heaven Peak Warrior. Too bad we can't see who it is. As Fang Hai carried Li Yuan and flew directly toward Feixing, the transportation hub of the Third Star Realm on Blue Star. In another grand city of Feixing, the Qing Semi-Divine had already returned to their own garrison. Not right. Something is off. The Qing Semi-Divine suddenly realized the problem. If the Alliance hierarch had really issued a command to allow Li Yuan not to answer, San Yi would definitely have told me. Even if it was issued later, San Yi would have definitely communicated with me. San Yi Semi-Divine was another highly respected semi-divine of the Starfire Martial Hall and was the one Dongfang Ji trusted the most. They were in charge of the routine affairs of the Starfire Martial Hall all year round. Thinking of this. Beep. Qing Semi-Divine had naturally ascertained the truth without hesitation, and immediately dialed San Yi Semi-Divine's communication. Soon. Qing? What's the matter? A gentle voice rang out. San Yi, I want to report Fang Hai, Qing Semi-Divine said with a hint of anger in the voice. He dared to misuse the Alliance hierarch's order, interfering with my normal inquiry into Li Yuan. Li Yuan. The gentle voice seized on the key point. Is it that Li Yuan from Sha country who just made great contributions in the fierce Feather Star realm? Yes, it's him. Qing Semi-Divine was about to continue. He did make great contributions, but he. Qing Semi-Divine. The Alliance hierarch did indeed issue a command. From now on, all affairs concerning Li Yuan will no longer be the responsibility of your internal oversight department, said the gentle voice. You are not allowed to investigate further. Everything is to be directly managed by Star Master Fang Hai. What? The Qing demigod exclaimed in shock. When was the order issued? Classified, I cannot divulge. Almost at the exact same time. In the Guu Divine Kingdom, Mintian City. Have you gathered all the information on Li Yuan? Mintian Hu's eyes faintly reddened. It's confirmed that Freya and Roman were indeed killed by the Seven-Star Civilization's genius Li Yuan, but the specific means he used are still unknown. Several officials replied with heads bowed, fearing to enrage Minty and Hu. These past few days, Minty and Hu had been like a furious lion, even injuring a close flying heaven warrior to the point of severe injury in his anger, making everyone in the office fear for their safety. Spread the word. Go and broadcast it far and wide. Go. Exaggerate his performance even more. Send it to the Myriad Demons civilization, the Cloud Beast civilization. Send it to all the hostile forces against the Seven-Star civilization. Minty and Hu's eyes were filled with endless hatred. Hurry, I want to hear of his death as soon as possible. Yes, the several officials replied as if pardoned from death, quickly leaving only Minty and Hu standing in the empty conference room. Genius? Unprecedentedly monstrous talent? Hatred seethed in Minty and Hu's eyes. Dare to spoil my plans, he must die, must die. His personality had always been one of retaliation for every grievance. As for whether Li Yuan would retaliate, Minty and Hu was never concerned. However formidable, could he possibly kill his way into the GUU Divine Kingdom? Not long after, the Myriad Demons civilization, located in another dimensional plane, had already received the message from the GUU Divine Kingdom. A few of the Myriad Demons civilization's flying heaven warriors, looking at the intelligence in their hands. Li Yuan? What? A genius completely surpassing Dongfang Ji and Fang Hai? The Seven-Star civilization's first genius in history? One move to annihilate two semi-divine level talents? Fake, surely, impossible. Is the GUU Divine Kingdom suffering too great a loss, deliberately exaggerating to use us to eliminate Li Yuan? These flying heaven warriors were very astute, quickly sensing something was off with the intelligence. It was too detailed. Only a few days had passed. Could the GUU Divine Kingdom really have gathered intelligence to this extent? It was illogical. The probability of exaggeration was high. But no matter what, this Li Yuan's talent must certainly be extremely high. We should make a thorough inquiry into him. Collect his information. The GUU Divine Kingdom certainly wants to use us to kill with a borrowed knife, but my Myriad Demons civilization. We've always wanted to kill the Seven-Star civilization's top talents anyway. If the opportunity arises, we must assassinate him, these flying heaven warriors quickly reported upwards. Eventually, the order came through. Assassinate. The vast Myriad Demons civilization had deep infiltration into the Seven-Star civilization. But for the powerful Myriad Demons civilization, ordinary prime warrior talents simply weren't worth the effort of elimination. Only those with semi-divine level gifts warranted vigilance. Of course, every assassination against a super talent often took a long time to prepare, requiring detailed intelligence gathering first. Just half a day. Li Yuan had already followed Fang Hai, traversing the star realm and planets, returning to the long-missed blue star. Above Kunlun Martial University. Back again. Li Yuan looked down at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar campus below. In the past month, he had changed too much and experienced too much. From now until July, don't go out and venture, Fang Hai said. Just stay in the school and cultivate in peace until you go to the Martial Divine Hall in July. Your permissions have been elevated to the peak of the flying heaven level, and the Seven Stars treasure vault has been opened. If you miss your family, arrange for someone from the Martial Hall to bring them to the school, Fang Hai instructed. Understood, Li Yuan nodded. He knew what the principal meant. Safety. Everything for safety. Too many people were watching him now. And his current strength, though seeming much stronger than before, was actually more dangerous. Go on. Fang Hai waved his hand. If there's anything, contact me directly. On the way back, Li Yuan had already added the principal's V message. An invisible force rapidly carried Li Yuan down several hundred meters, gently landing him on the grassy lawn. Incredible. Is this the threshold of the law? Directly using the force of heaven and earth to fly others? Li Yuan thought to himself. In the high skies, Fang Hai's figure had already disappeared. Suddenly. Damn, Brother Yuan, you're back? A surprised shout rang out, followed by the nearby villa's gate swinging open. Whoosh! A graceful figure instantly rushed out, excitedly hugging Li Yuan. It was Ji Yu Chang'an. Brother Yuan, you came to see me as soon as you got back? Missed me? Ji Yu Chang'an said with excitement. Isn't this my villa? Li Yuan was startled. No, this is my villa. Look at the villa number. Ji Yu Chang'an also seemed puzzled. Li Yuan glanced at the villa number and immediately understood. Fang Hai had sent him to the wrong place. Li Yuan returned to Kunlun Martial University, which only caused a little stir in the 6th Institute and did not create too much of a disturbance. Most people would only think that Li Yuan disappeared during this time to venture into the Star Realm or underwent special training by Starfire Martial Hall, the school. After all, having won the Virtual Battle Championship, there was no doubt about Li Yuan's talent, and he no longer had to care about the school's curriculum. The war in the fierce Feather Star Realm? Maybe it would spread in the future, but it wouldn't reach the Blue Star for the time being. Inside the villa. Aunt, I was just out for some special training for a period, which is why I couldn't be contacted. Li Yuan spoke to his family on the phone. In the projection, his uncle Li Chongzhou's complexion was much better than before. Li Chongzhou had already taken the Dragon Spirit Heart Fruit. With so much time having passed, his body had recovered, and his physical quality had even reached level 10 again. Muha signed a contract with the Martial Hall? A D-level contract? Li Yuan also heard about his brother's news and couldn't help smiling. Not bad. Talking with his family, looking at the smiles on his aunt and uncle's faces, Li Yuan smiled subconsciously as well. His heart grew even more peaceful. Wandering and fighting in the Star Realm, clashing with powerful beings from foreign domains. Wasn't it for this very moment? Upon returning to Kunlun Martial University, Li Yuan's life once again resumed its tranquility. Inside the villa. From now until the assembly in July going to Feixing. There are 3 more months. Li Yuan sat in the underground martial arts room, silently pondering. Cultivation can't be delayed. I need to set a new training plan. First of all, I must strive to raise my physical quality to level 29 as soon as possible. Suddenly, Li Yuan, I will come to see you in 10 minutes, a gentle voice sounded. It was Fang Hai's voice. Only 3 days back and the principal wants to see me again? Li Yuan was startled. Over Kunlun Martial University, the huge flying vessel of Fang Hai emitted invisible fluctuations, causing the surrounding light to distort. If one did not approach closely, it was impossible for a normal person to detect it. At this moment, 2 figures in blue robes were streaking across the vast sky, rapidly approaching the flying vessel. Where could it be? One of the thin blue-robed figures wondered silently. They had been ordered to deliver a treasure, yet they couldn't even find the person they were looking for. Here. A voice suddenly emerged behind him, startling the 2 blue-robed figures. The 2 of them immediately turned around, only to see a black-clad figure standing in the void at a close distance, in the very place they had just flown past. The man, with handsome features, watched them with a somewhat indifferent gaze. Hall Master. The tall and lean blue-robed man immediately bowed respectfully. His burly companion was a beat slower, and both were flying heaven warriors with formidable strength. However, it was clear that their status was far from comparable to Fang Hai's. Have you brought the item? Fang Hai asked indifferently. It's here, Hall Master. The thin blue-robed man flipped his hand, and a metal box appeared. Origin power activated, and the box flew toward Fang Hai. Divine sense sweeping over it, breaking the spiritual imprint, a thread of Fang Hai's origin power surged in and he confirmed it was correct. Hall Master. What sort of item needs to be delivered from the Martial Divine Hall? The burly blue-robed man couldn't help but ask. The security level doesn't seem that high. Is our escort really necessary? Shut up. The thin blue-robed man immediately turned back to berate him.
Click. The box closed again, and only then did Fang Hai slightly raise his head, his sharp gaze landing on the burly blue-robed man. In an instant, an invisible oppression made the burly blue-robed man's heart tremble. I remember. You were just transferred from Black Dragon Star to Blue Star, Fang Hai spoke coldly.
Reporting to the Hall Master, yes. The burly blue-robed man bowed his head, realizing his mistake. Lan Xin. Fang Hai's chilling voice fell on the thin figure. Hall Master. The thin blue-robed man's forehead was now slightly sweating. I hope such a thing does not happen again. Fang Hai spoke coldly. You may leave now. Yes, thank you, Hall Master, for your leniency. The thin blue-robed man said respectfully, and immediately turned to leave. Fang Hai sensed the two men rapidly departing from the area of Kunlun Martial University, then he flew downward. Suddenly. Li Yuan is in the villa next door? Fang Hai paused, his divine sense naturally able to detect which villa concealed the waves of a powerful spiritual force. In that case, did I mistakenly send someone to the wrong place a few days ago? Whoosh! Whoosh! The two blue-robed men crossed the vast sky and quickly flew out for several tens of kilometers before stopping. Monk, should a similar incident occur again, it must never be repeated, the tall blue-robed man warned his companion in a deep voice. You have always been stationed in the star realm. This is your first time performing such a task, isn't it? We don't need to inquire about the reasons behind the affairs of the highest echelons. Just carry out the execution, he added. Lan Xin, I know I was wrong, the burly blue-robed man said with a wry smile. Still, the Hall Master Fang is a bit too tyrannical, isn't he? When I was on Black Dragon Star, the Hall Master Price was always very courteous to me, not reprimanding me like that. The burly blue-robed man shook his head. This was his first encounter with Fang Hai. What do you know? Can Hall Master Price even compare to Hall Master Fang? The thin blue-robed man spoke gravely. Is there a difference? The burly blue-robed man asked in surprise. Aren't they both Star Masters? Wrong. There are differences among Star Masters, the thin blue-robed man said, shaking his head. According to the rules, surpassing the peak of Flying Heaven level, meaning level 36 Flying Heaven warriors, one can be appointed as Star Master. But can a demigod who is also a Star Master be the same? The thin blue-robed man said earnestly. But Star Master Fang Hai isn't a demigod, the burly blue-robed man argued. He had only recently become a Flying Heaven warrior, having spent most of his time training on Black Dragon Star. Do you know that the Kunlun Martial University below us guards a second-level star realm? The thin blue-robed man didn't answer directly.
I know. The burly blue-robed man nodded. Kunlun Star Realm, I saw it when I was looking up information. Do you also know that the Kunlun Star Realm has the potential to break through as a third-level star realm at any moment? Why was only Star Master Fang Hai sent to guard it? The tall blue-robed man spoke softly.
The pupils of the burly young man constricted. The Kunlun Star Realm might become a third-level star realm at any moment. This was his first time hearing this, but he wasn't truly foolish, he understood Lan Xin's implication. The thin blue-robed man continued, answering his own question. It's because the Alliance's higher-ups believe that even if a big incident occurs and a large number of Flying Heaven-level alien races break out from Kunlun Martial University in a short time, Star Master Fang Hai alone would have the power to suppress them. He is an invincible existence among the Flying Heaven level, the thin blue-robed man sighed. In the battle at Wanhan Star Realm 10 years ago, a mysterious strongman killed more than 10 peak Flying Heaven warriors of the Cloud Beast civilization in one battle. It is rumored that it was done by Star Master Fang Hai. What? The burly blue-robed man exclaimed. We all believe that Star Master Fang Hai is nearly unbeatable in the third-level star realm. The thin blue-robed man said seriously. Even his battle power might rival that of a demigod. Flying Heaven, comparable to a demigod? The burly blue-robed man found it unbelievable. No such being had ever appeared in the entire history of the seven-star civilization. Whether he is or not, just treat Star Master Fang Hai as a demigod, the thin blue-robed man said. When dealing with a being at the demigod level, be more respectful. The waters of Blue Star are much deeper than Black Dragon Star. Be careful with your words and actions in the future. I understand. Inside the villa, the living room. Principal. Li Yuan was already pouring tea for Fang Hai, smiling. Principal, what brings you to my place so quickly? What's the matter? Fang Hai took a leisurely sip of tea before finally smiling. 3 things. Firstly, the merit-reward calculation for the world within worlds has been completed. The final reward set for you is 8,007 stars points, Fang Hai said. 8,007 stars points. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. This was considerably more than what the principal had mentioned. These past few days, Li Yuan had repeatedly checked out various extraordinary treasures in the 7 Stars Treasury through the virtual network Starfire space. Many of the legendary items could directly be exchanged for 7 stars points. Of course, just like the Starfire Treasury, many of the extraordinary treasures were limited in quantity. Even so, an extra 3,007 stars points was incredibly valuable. Li Yuan was well aware that with his own abilities, it would be impossible to earn so many 7 stars points in a short amount of time. Secondly, your medal will be upgraded from the previous first-rank medal quality medal to the third-class National Defense Medal, Fang Hai said with a smile. National Defense Medal? Li Yuan was slightly surprised. The medals had 4 levels and 12 ranks: Copper Quality, Silver Quality, Metal Quality, National Defense Medal, and the difficulty increased dramatically further on. Even a third-class National Defense Medal was something most Flying Heaven warriors probably did not have. Isn't that too high? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. Not at all, Fang Hai smiled. Didn't I tell you? Based on your actual contribution, rewarding you with tens of thousands of 7 stars points would be quite normal, and giving you only 8,007 stars points is actually on the lower side. The difference is the result of your significant contribution. Naturally, you would be compensated in other aspects, Fang Hai smiled. Being promoted to a third-class National Defense Medal is part of that compensation. After all, it is merely a matter of honor. I understand, Li Yuan nodded slightly. Suddenly he realized, Principal, you said this is just part of the compensation? That's right. The other part of the compensation, you could also say, is the Alliance's investment in your cultivation. Fang Hai waved his hand, and a silver quality box immediately appeared on the table. What's this? A glint of puzzlement flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. Clang! The box opened directly, revealing 3 nearly transparent jade bottles inside, containing a silver gleaming liquid. With a thought from Fang Hai, one of the bottles flew up, the stopper opened, and in an instant, waves of bizarre fragrance diffused, causing Li Yuan to hold his breath, feeling as if every muscle and flesh in his body was tingling. Definitely an extraordinary treasure. Li Yuan was shocked internally, considering he practiced the divine body technique and had consumed the myriad life extension fruit, making his body remarkably young. His muscle and flesh cell vitality was absolutely top-notch among prime warriors. And yet, it could still provoke such a reaction. What kind of treasure was this? I'm not clear about the name of this item, so you can just call it Divine Spirit Liquid, said Fang Hai, his eyes carrying a hint of reminiscence. It has an immense effect on prime warriors. Once consumed, it can enhance your body's vitality in all aspects, strengthen your life star, and even purify your soul. It's one of the strongest auxiliary cultivation treasures of our 7-star civilization. For Flying Heaven level, the effect is much less significant. Even among the myriad demons civilization or immortal ruins civilization, those so-called divine child level geniuses might not have such treasures to assist their cultivation when they were prime warriors. Fang Hai spoke softly. Use 1 bottle a month. This is a 3-month supply. That valuable? Li Yuan was astounded. Even divine child-level geniuses from god-level civilizations might not have access to it. That was quite a bold statement. Don't be surprised. Our 7-star civilization has many secrets that you will come to know once you grow stronger. Many things are coveted even by gods from the foreign domain. Fang Hai looked at Li Yuan. Of course, this divine spirit liquid is also a big secret within our civilization, directly controlled only by the teacher, and not known by many demigods, so you can only use it yourself and you absolutely must not reveal it to others. Understood, Li Yuan responded gravely, also shocked inside. It was directly controlled by Elder Dongfang Ji. Historically, only the top geniuses were entitled to enjoy it. Now, within our 7-star civilization, aside from you, there are only 2 people who qualify to use it. One is Lu Nef, the second is Yu Jing, and the third is you, Fang Hai said. Of course, you and Yu Jing have been granted access at the same time. A few days ago, I reported to the teacher, and that's how I managed to obtain it for you. The teacher also values you highly. Thank you, Principal, Li Yuan said earnestly. He had made the right gamble. Lud Nef? That's the #1 prime warrior of 7-star civilization. Yu Jing, previously the top prime warrior of Sha country, had erupted with even more terrifying power in the fierce Feather Star realm. Almost on par with Lud Nef. It was normal for him to enjoy it too. In 3 months, you will join Dan Taifeng, Alicia, and Jin Huguo to head to the Martial Divine Hall, Fang Hai advised. Inside the Martial Divine Hall, all the awarded resources and treasures are obtained based on strength. You will need to compete for them normally. This divine spirit liquid, however, is additional and the most secretive, not to be disclosed. Someone will contact you in time. A total of 5 years' supply will be provided to you. 5 years, that means 60 bottles of divine spirit liquid. The student understands, Li Yuan nodded. He was beginning to understand. There were 2 lines of cultivation, one publicly through the Martial Divine Hall and one secret. The purpose, presumably, was to reduce the risk of exposing his true talent. If he could top the Martial Divine Hall, then the day when he would truly show his skill and talent was not far off. Principal, Li Yuan suddenly thought. Are Dan Taifeng, Alicia, and senior brother Jin all going to the Martial Divine Hall? None of the 3 had made it into the top 3 in the virtual battles. Like senior brother Jin Huguo, who was older, he only made it into the top 10. Dan Taifeng has high enough talent and has reached the 5th stage in his skills. He was selected in advance, Fang Hai said with a smile. Alicia. She also performed extremely well in the World Within Worlds this time and was specially selected to enter. As for Jin Huguo, Fang Hai said indifferently, I've been the president of Kunlun Martial University for so long, I should put in some effort for the school. Besides, he's barely qualified, and he practices hard enough, so I'll give him a hand. Good. Li Yuan smiled, happy for his 3 friends. With increased access, Li Yuan also looked up related intelligence in the Starfire database. The Martial Divine Hall is the place where the martial god inheritance is cultivated, truly gathering the elite talents of the 7-star civilization for decades. People like Lud Nef, Yu Jing, Wu Menong. They're all members of the Martial Divine Hall, but they are the core and powerful 7-star mountain members. It's normal for Dan Taifeng and Alicia to get in. Especially Dan Taifeng, with his talent. If he hadn't entered the Martial Divine Hall this year, he would definitely be selected next year. Jin Huguo? He's probably just barely up to the mark. It's Fang Hai who gave him a boost. 1 spot in the Martial Divine Hall, and since Jin Huguo's strength and talent are barely qualified, the highest echelon of the alliance won't rebuff Fang Hai's face. Okay. That's all for now, I'm leaving. Fang Hai stood up and said, enjoy your last few months at the university, you'll be graduating soon. Graduating? Li Yuan was surprised. What, at level 26? Your strength is almost comparable to a top-grade origin martial artist, and you're not ready to graduate? Fang Hai laughed. Who's going to teach you? Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh as well. Indeed, in terms of strength, he's probably surpassed more than 90% of the school's teachers. Indeed, he's about to graduate. By the way, the visualization method you brought out is really good. Fang Hai suddenly added, if you have more treasures like this, don't take them out lightly until you have the strength of the Flying Heaven Peak. Saying this, Fang Hai stepped forward and disappeared inside the villa. The visualization method? Li Yuan was stunned for a moment, quickly realizing that the dean was reminding him. Right. The divine visualization method, although the most ordinary among the 3 types of visualization methods. But the ancient torch divine is not an ordinary divine being, Li Yuan thought to himself. The stronger the divine being, the better the visualization manifestation. They form with their will, naturally the better the refining effect. Returning to his room, he logged into the virtual network. The Starfire space. Xiao Yu, I want to view the 7 stars treasury, Li Yuan said softly. Yes, master. Countless rays of light converged, and a huge projection screen emerged, densely packed with a multitude of treasures, including rare treasures, weapons, and combat armors, among others. A semi-divine artifact long spear. 1 spear actually costs 5,007 stars points? Li Yuan thought to himself, and looking at the effects, it may not even be as good as my Black Chen spear. Yes. Li Yuan had named his own semi-divine artifact spear, Black Chen Spear, a name he had grown accustomed to. At the same time, Li Yuan also saw that his balance of 7 stars points had increased from 30,000 to 38,000. Hey, most of the flying heaven level probably don't have as many points as I do. Li Yuan showed a hint of a smile. Purchase a complete set of 3rd-rank high-grade battle garments. Li Yuan quickly clicked on the screen. Before long, once my physical quality reaches the 2nd order limit and I use Great Earth Divine Body, I'll definitely reach the threshold of the flying heaven level in terms of strength foundation. Therefore, he must use 3rd-rank battle garments. What about semi-divine artifacts? Like the Black Chen Spear, which was specially selected for Li Yuan by Ji Yu, was quite special. He could use it now. Normally, a semi-divine artifact isn't something a 2nd-rank origin martial artist can use, as their origin power is too weak to trigger its true power, and it's actually less effective than a 3rd-order weapon. Weapons and armor aren't always better the stronger they are, the most suitable one is the best. Soon, Li Yuan had picked out all the treasures. He spent 507 stars points to buy a complete set of 3rd-rank high-grade battle garments. He spent 1,207 stars points to purchase a 4th-rank treasure, 9 Leaves Purple Spirit. He spent 1,807 stars points to purchase a 4th-rank treasure, Bone Flame Divine Spring. In total, he spent 3,507 stars points. Such an expenditure would hurt the hearts of countless flying heaven warriors, but Li Yuan didn't care too much. After all, he was rich and bold. 7 stars points? They're meant to be spent to maximize strength improvement. 2 days later, all the treasures Li Yuan had purchased were personally delivered to Kunlun Martial University by a flying heaven warrior. Dean Hai even made a special trip as a supervisor and protector. Not until the transaction was over. Li Yuan, you did a big job in the fierce Feather Star realm. It seems the Alliance has given you a hefty reward. Dean Hai couldn't help but remark. To have a flying heaven warrior personally escort you, the things you purchased must be worth at least 507 stars points. Dean Hai was also a flying heaven warrior and knew about Li Yuan's general situation. I can't catch up with the Dean, Li Yuan laughed. Besides, no matter how powerful I am, I'll always be the Dean's student. Haha, Dean Hai laughed, back in the underground martial arts room. Li Yuan sat cross-legged on the soft mat, with 3 items already placed in front of him, the Divine Spirit Liquid, 9 Leaves Purple Spirit, and Bone Flame Divine Spring. Let's start with the Divine Spirit Liquid first. Li Yuan picked up the jade bottle and quickly downed it. As soon as it entered his stomach, boom! A surge of strange power permeated every part of his body, making his muscles, bones, and flesh boil as if they were. Countless tendons, bones, and flesh were crazily absorbing its effects. Even his soul felt nourished, and his thoughts and ideas seemed to move much faster. In such a state, once he practiced with the spear, the efficiency would undoubtedly be much higher. Just as the Dean said, the Divine Spirit Liquid does not directly enhance physical quality, Li Yuan thought to himself, and he quickly snapped up a portion of 9 Leaves Purple Spirit. He also drank a portion of Bone Flame Divine Spring. The 9 Leaves Purple Spirit made his body incredibly cool and comfortable, whereas the Bone Flame Divine Spring made him feel as though he was filled with a ball of fire, as if he was going to explode completely. Ice and fire as 2 extremes. Haha, exactly as the school president's cultivation advice said. Li Yuan's eyes shone faintly, his mouth stretched into a grin. The collision of 2 forces within my body is truly thrilling. Begin practicing the spear. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Li Yuan collected all the remaining treasures such as the Divine Spirit Liquid, the 9 Leaves Purple Spirit, and the Bone Flame Divine Spring. Items like the 9 Leaves Purple Spirit and the Bone Flame Divine Spring were divided into many portions, which Li Yuan had to gradually digest and absorb over the course of 2 months to further enhance his physical quality and solidify his foundation. Boom! A long spear materialized in Li Yuan's hand, and he began practicing his spear technique with grandeur. Whether sweeping, slashing, or thrusting, each contained unspeakable terrifying power. Like rolling stars crushing everything in their path, unstoppable. The force of heaven and earth invoked by the long spear even made the spear technique's power more awe-inspiring. Fortunately, before Li Yuan had returned to school, the entire underground martial arts room had already been reinforced under the order of Dean Hai, so it could barely withstand the devastation of the aftereffects of Li Yuan's spear technique. In World Within Worlds, although I created the second move of the spear technique's true intent killing move, Li Yuan thought to himself, my spear is still not fast enough, not fierce enough. It can be faster, more ferocious. Li Yuan circulated the star technique within his body. He quickly immersed himself in the cultivation of the spear technique. The practice of spear technique required sensing the mysteries of the universe, refining every detail while mobilizing all his vigor, which perfectly realized the effects of the 3 miraculous treasures he had consumed. All treasures are forever external objects. The real core is the person, oneself. Only through one's own efforts and strenuous cultivation can one make treasures exhibit their true value. Time passed. Day after day went by. Apart from his daily set cultivation of all heaven's star veins, and observing the great sun starry sky scripture, Li Yuan spent almost all his remaining time perceiving and contemplating the map of myriad stars, then continued to ponder over the spear technique, chasing its limits. Stellar true intent. No, what I should pursue is the limit of the spear technique. Li Yuan realized this in the Hall of Inheritance. Whether it's defensive moves, offensive moves, stellar true intent, or other natural mysteries of the universe. How to make my spear technique's power stronger. Whatever makes my spear practice more exhilarating, that's how I will practice. Li Yuan followed his heart, yet he always stayed true to the path.
He had reached a state where he could do whatever he wanted without overstepping the boundaries.
In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months had gone by. The time had come to early June, and the day of departure for the Martial Divine Hall was getting closer and closer. On the first floor of the Hailong building, within a super-large martial arts room. Boom. Boom. 2 figures with terrifying auras were engaged in an intense clash within the martial arts room. One of them, a black-clothed youth, thrust his long spear fiercely like raging waves, one thrust faster than the other, invoking terrifying forces of heaven and earth, forming a sky full of spear shadows in midair, attacking the burly man with full force. Clang. 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 Time after time, weapons clashed like lightning. The burly man held a shield in one hand, a spear in the other, and resisted the black-clothed youth's spear attacks with all his might. Yet, the thrusting long spear was too fast and too fierce. With each impact, the burly man found it increasingly difficult to defend. The two fought hard for 1,000 moves, their figures hardly moving, in a straightforward, head-on confrontation. The mere force from their brawl, through their legs impacting the ground, caused the indestructible metal floor to warp slightly. After all, this was a martial arts room specially constructed for top-grade origin martial artists to fight and spar. Suddenly, rip! In another lightning-fast exchange, the black spear suddenly created dozens of shadows, finally bypassing the burly man's shield, the spear tip warping slightly as the shaft bent, thrusting straight at the burly man's face. Boom! A surge of flame energy instantly appeared on the burly man's body, its power skyrocketing, speed instantly soaring to evade this cunning and ferocious thrust. Phew! The black-clothed youth also took the opportunity to withdraw the spear, revealing a smile. Teacher, I concede. Li Yuan, you've won. The retreating Li Yong also reigned in his fiery origin power aura, returning to normal. A hint of desolation crossed his face, but it was overwhelmed by excitement and joy. I knew during our recent practical exchanges that you were close to surpassing me, but I never expected it to be this soon. You're definitely the best disciple I, Li Yong, have ever coached, Li Yong said, beaming at Li Yuan. Dean Shu stood not far away, stunned by the spectacle. A head-to-head confrontation. Both sides not utilizing origin power and giving it their all. Li Yong actually lost to Li Yuan? You're stronger than me now. It's time for graduation, Li Yong said with a smile. To surpass the master is what every sincere teacher hopes for. If we're talking about real strength, I'm afraid I'm still not a match for my teacher. Li Yuan responded with a smile. The teacher's physical quality has long reached 29.9 degrees, much stronger than me. If he were to use his star technique, it would only be more terrifying. Moreover, the teacher's newly understood true intent killing move has not yet been truly unleashed, Li Yuan added. In the past 2 months, Li Yuan had often sparred with Li Yang in practical combat, aware of Li Yang's real strength. With a second-order limit in physical quality and practicing 2 star techniques, his strength would be extremely formidable once unleashed. Among the dozens of top-grade prime warriors at Kunlun Martial University, Li Yang was ranked in the top 5. Especially since his spiritual power reached the flying heaven level, his skills had continuously improved, and in less than half a year, he had completely surpassed Ding Shu. It's just a physical quality advantage, nothing more. Li Yang shook his head and said, your physical quality is now close to 28 degrees. In the earlier fight, you were at an absolute disadvantage, yet you managed to defeat me. Even if I used my newly created true intent. That's enough. Enough already. Let's not have you students and teachers praising each other anymore. Ding Shu finally could not stand listening any longer and interrupted. One is about to head to the Martial Divine Hall as Blue Star's top talent of his generation, the other soon to become a flying heaven warrior. Both of you are just showing off in front of me, aren't you? Li Yuan and Li Yang were stunned at first, then both burst into laughter. After a moment, the two of them put away their weapons. Li Yuan, the graduation ceremony is next week, join us for it, Li Yang said with a smile. Otherwise, I'm heading to Feixing right away. If I hold a separate ceremony for you later, I won't be able to attend. Teacher, you're going to Feixing immediately? Li Yuan was startled. Every top-grade prime warrior, if their skills reach the 5th stage high rank and they invent a true intent killing move, can apply to go to Feixing for a special training session provided by the Alliance once. Ding Shu explained from the side. Your teacher is qualified now. When he returns, he is likely to have become a flying heaven warrior. Ding Shu's eyes showed a hint of envy. Congratulations, teacher. Good luck, teacher. Li Yuan's eyes brightened as he said with a laugh. I wish teacher an early success in becoming a flying heaven warrior. Stop making fun of me, Li Yang said with a shake of his head. It is true I just created the true intent killing move, much quicker than I had anticipated. But Li Yuan, your skill realm is even higher than mine. You should know how difficult it is to truly perfect a true intent killing move. Li Yang sighed. If I can truly break through to reach 5th stage perfection and become a flying heaven warrior in 3 years, that would be excellent. Perfecting a true intent killing move certainly is tough, Li Yuan said earnestly. In these 2 months, besides perfecting the second true intent killing move, he had only come up with the third true intent killing move, and even the third one was not yet fully accomplished. His comprehension of skills had not yet reached the 5th stage limit, and the cultivation of skills indeed became harder as one advanced. Teacher, I will apply for the graduation ceremony, Li Yuan said with a smile. I just didn't expect to have only spent a year at university. Li Yang and Ding Shu, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. Haha, you must be the fastest graduating student in the history of Kunlun Martial University, Ding Shu said with a laugh. Not even 18 when you enrolled, and not even 19 when you graduate. Who knows, in the future, you might even become the most outstanding graduate of Kunlun Martial University, Li Yang said with a smile. Ding Shu and Li Yuan were both taken aback at this remark. After all, the most outstanding graduate in the history of Kunlun Martial University was Dongfang Ji. Li Yuan started to say. Don't be modest, Li Yang said with a smile. Martial arts cultivation is full of hardships, but young men should always have dreams. Although senior Dongfang Ji is strong, there's always hope for those who come after to surpass him. There's never a strongest, only stronger. Why can't my student be that person? Li Yang looked at Li Yuan and said with a smile, work hard, and when your biography spreads across the 7 stars, you can also include me in it. So that's what you're aiming for. Ding Shu quickly picked up the conversation. They all laughed again. But in Li Yuan's heart, he was also silently thinking, indeed, why can't it be me? Night fell, and in the martial arts room of the underground villa. Who would have thought, in the blink of an eye, I almost have the strength comparable to teacher Li Yang, Li Yuan reflected with some emotion. Li Yuan still remembered the impression teacher Li Yong made on him at last year's Zhongbei Martial University event, so strong and terrifying, like a war god. With that thought, Li Yuan couldn't help but glance at the Divine Palace panel. Life level: 27.7 degrees, second order. Fist strength: 618,000 kilograms. Speed: 327 meters per second. Spiritual power: 33.8 degrees. Willpower: 34 degrees. Spiritual awakening level: 45%, current limit 45%. Star meridian: 23 degrees, training efficiency 10 plus 2.5 plus 1.5 plus 1.5 plus 1. Skill realm: spear technique, 5th stage 93%, movement technique, 5th stage 93%. Star technique: ninefold star technique, true solution of the Earth star vein, first order 9 degrees, 9 degrees. 5th layer star technique, stellar mysterious body, second order 2 degrees, 7 degrees. 9 leaves purple spirit, bone flame divine spring. The effects are indeed extremely good, Li Yuan mused to himself. In just 2 months, along with normal origin power cultivation, my physical qualities soared from 26 degrees to 27.7 degrees. This was an exaggerated improvement, and Li Yuan's basic fist strength had grown significantly. With normal physical exertion, his running speed was nearly close to the speed of sound. With the rapid improvement of my physical quality and combined with the Great Sun Starry Sky scripture, my spiritual power has also grown very quickly. Li Yuan felt that his decision to purchase treasures was incredibly correct. Boost your physical quality at full speed. The stronger the foundation, the more vigorous the life force will become. This was why Li Yuan's star meridian level had grown rapidly to 23 degrees, even awakening the 5th star meridian. Like the 2nd star meridian, it was approaching the awakening of the 6th layers, but it seemed it would take a long time to cultivate the 7th layer star technique, Great Earth Divine Body. The awakening of a single star meridian becomes increasingly difficult as one proceeds. And the leap in spiritual power has made Li Yuan's skill level improve all the more rapidly. Especially after creating the 3rd true intent killing move, it allowed him to easily break through the minor bottleneck at 90% of the 5th stage. It could be said that Li Yuan's skill level had truly reached the flying heaven level. However, even with a talent as great as Li Yuan's and with the aid of various external factors, after reaching the 5th stage perfection, his cultivation and comprehension speed inevitably slowed down quite a bit. One step at a time, Li Yuan said silently to himself, now, there's no need to deliberately pursue rapid progress in true intent comprehension. Let it come naturally, and with the creation of more true intent killing moves, it's only a matter of time before stepping into the 6th stage skills. Li Yuan was quite at ease now, given that his skills had improved at a terrifying pace. If one were to only consider skill level among peers, even the principal at 19 might not have been able to keep up with him. I'm about to graduate, and in just over half a month, I'll set off for the Martial Divine Hall in Feixing, Li Yuan thought to himself. Unfortunately, per the principal's order, I can't return to Zhong City right now. At the end of the month, when Muha and the others are on vacation, I'll arrange for someone from the Martial Hall to bring my aunt and uncle over to the school for a few days' holiday. Once he went to the Martial Divine Hall in Feixing, returning to Zhong City would become even more difficult. Just that. 2 months have passed, and Lan Yue still hasn't come out. A thought flitted through Li Yuan's mind. Even though he had left the fierce Feather Star realm, Li Yuan still kept a close watch on the world within worlds. But there had been no news at all. Continued to cultivate star techniques, Li Yuan calmed himself and started cultivating the stellar mysterious body again. With each improvement in physical quality, Li Yuan would try to practice 2 star techniques each time. He never reached the requirements for cultivating the true solution of the Earth star vein at the 2nd level. But a week ago, as his physical quality improved, Li Yuan found he could finally attempt to imprint the 2nd level star mark of the stellar mysterious body on his star meridians. Now, he had successfully cultivated the stellar mysterious body to the 2nd level too. The stellar mysterious body, at 2nd level 2, overall level is 7. The True solution of the Earth star Veyon is at first order 9 levels. Overall level is 9. Li Yuan thought vaguely, if I calculate it this way, does that mean if I cultivate the all things divine body to the first order limit, its power would be nearly as strong as the stellar mysterious body at the second order limit? If his guess was true, a 9 layers star technique, when cultivated to the third rank limit by a flying heaven warrior, the overall level should be 27. And a demigod using a 6th layer star technique, when cultivated to the 4th rank limit, the overall level would only be 24. It seems my conjecture is probably true. A demigod's 5th layer star technique, compared with a flying heaven's use of a supreme star technique, the difference in power would naturally be immense, Li Yuan realized, which explained why those level 37 flying heaven warriors could fight and even slay many demigods out of their league. The foundation is close. The skill level is close. If the star technique power of a flying heaven warrior is terrifying enough, they can indeed manage to fight beyond their rank. Then, what if I could cultivate the all things divine body during the prime warrior stage? Li Yuan's heart grew more expectant. He calmed his mind. Take it slowly. Li Yuan continued to painstakingly cultivate the star technique, stellar mysterious body, imprinting star marks on one life star after another. As days went by, Li Yuan continued to practice diligently. During this time, he also submitted his graduation application. Within just 1 hour, it was approved. He was allowed to graduate. Why do I feel like the school can't wait for me to graduate? Li Yuan muttered to himself, not placing too much importance on it. June 8th. Like usual, Li Yuan practiced spear technique, but today he was doing so on the lawn outside the villa. The spear must be fierce, swift and as fast as lightning. Unlike the sword, the variability of spear movements should be swifter than those of sword technique and swordsmanship. Li Yuan reflected silently on the spear technique. Suddenly, Li Yuan noticed his smart ring vibrating. A thought told him who it was. Senior Lu? He stopped practicing and tapped the light screen. Whoosh, a small projection of the light screen appeared, showing the figure of Lu Jing. Senior Lu, Li Yuan greeted with a smile. What can I do for you? You're suddenly getting in touch. Haha. I should arrive at Kunlun Martial University tomorrow, the elder in the light screen said with a laugh. It's been decades, and I don't know too many people anymore, so I thought maybe you were still at school and decided to call and ask. Senior coming to the school. Li Yuan was about to continue when a flash of shock crossed his eyes. Senior, you've returned to Blue Star? What about the Mingshu Star Realm? Yes, you're right. The major pathways in the Mingshu Star Realm have just undergone some changes and are continuously expanding. Lu Jing's voice became serious. It has been upgraded to the second-level Star Realm. It now allows beings below level 27 to pass through, and I estimate that it will soon stabilize completely, allowing all second-rank beings to pass through. Therefore, I took the opportunity to come back to Sha Country, Lu Jing said with a smile. It really got upgraded. Li Yuan was shocked. Before, he often heard about sudden upgrades to star realms and had similar descriptions in textbooks and general knowledge classes. But this was his first real contact with one. The upgrading of the Mingshu Star Realm to a second-level star realm is within our expectations, Lu Jing said sentimentally. After all, this star realm is too vast and has given birth to countless lives, as well as many flying heaven-level beings. In fact, its essence should be much stronger than most second-level star realms. Li Yuan nodded involuntarily. Indeed, compared to the fierce Feather Star Realm, a second-level star realm he had visited, the Mingshu Star Realm was much larger and more fascinating. It's just that he was too weak during his last visit and did not dare to explore deeply or adventurously beyond the frontier bases. Now that the Star Realm has upgraded, what's the plan from above? Li Yuan asked with considerable curiosity. Haha, I've heard about some of your accomplishments, Blue Star's virtual combat champion. You must have very high clearance, so it's no problem to share some details. Lu Jing said with a smile. The state is likely preparing to fully develop the Mingshu Star Realm, planning to set it up as a breeding area. A breeding area? Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he nodded. The environment in the Mingshu Star Realm is extremely good. If it's developed as a breeding zone, it won't be difficult to sustain a population of several billion in the future. According to the intelligence Li Yuan was aware of, the Mingshu star realm should be among the most habitable realms that Blue Star has come into contact with. Like the fierce Feather Star realm, the environment is actually quite harsh, yet it still supports a population of over 100 million. Similarly, the Rob Sea Star realm also has very adverse living conditions. And the only third-level star realm on Blue Star, the Wanhan Star realm, is even more terrifying. Ordinary Prime warriors find it difficult to survive there, let alone ordinary people, who would probably die within a day of arrival. In the past, due to the restrictions at the entrance, the Alliance couldn't invest a large amount of resources. Lu Jing said, now, though, we essentially have enough. However, carving out a large-scale breeding zone is likely to lead to a conflict with the indigenous life of the Mingshu star realm, I suppose. Li Yuan thought of this issue. The native life forces in the Mingshu star realm are extremely formidable.
Yeah, Lu Jing couldn't help but nod. Not just the Mingshu star realm, such habitable realms with vast territory and numerous mineral resources. The Tianliang civilization will certainly also go all out to compete with us, and a major war is inevitable.
A major war? Li Yuan sighed inwardly. If things go wrong, it could turn into another meat grinder battleground like Rob Sea, it's hard to say. But this is also inevitable. Every civilization that wants to advance must seize every opportunity and try to compete for precious resources. A step behind is to fall behind at every turn. If the seven-star civilization doesn't work hard to strengthen itself, it could easily be swallowed up by other civilizations. After chatting with Lu Jing for a while longer, they ended the communication. Mingshu Star Realm. Li Yuan immediately started searching for relevant information on the virtual network using his privileges. His clearance level was much higher than Lu Jing's. Before long, Li Yuan finally found something in a meeting record of the Starfire Marshal Hall. Ming Mountain. The Flying Heaven Warriors believe that this major change comes from the Ming Mountain within the Mingshu Star Realm? Li Yuan's heart stirred, remembering the scenery of the Mingshu Star Realm back in the day. That mountain that towered thousands of kilometers high, indeed, was unimaginable. And it wasn't an extraterrestrial star. But it has nothing to do with me, Li Yuan mused silently. If they wanted to explore the secrets of Ming Mountain, the Alliance leadership would either dispatch people to break through to Flying Heaven warriors within the realm, or they would send top geniuses like Lu Nef and Wu Menong. Otherwise, what could be used to fight against the indigenous Flying Heaven life of the Mingshu Star Realm? Li Yuan thought to himself. He could imagine that, in the future, whether the seven-star civilization wanted to open up a new breeding zone, or to compete with the Tinliang civilization, the struggle was bound to be very brutal. The matter of the Mingshu Star Realm was only a minor episode for Li Yuan. He wasn't yet in a position to worry about this affair. The next day, Lu Jing arrived at Kunlun Martial University, and both Li Yuan and Li Yong went to greet him, and they accompanied Lu Jing on a tour of the school. Li Yuan, you already possess the strength of a top-grade origin martial artist? When Lu Jing learned of this news, he was similarly surprised and astonished. He knew of Li Yuan's exceptional talent, but barely half a year had passed. Could he have grown to such an extent already? Lu Jing's visit to Kunlun Martial University was just to see his alma mater. After seeing him off, a few more days passed. Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony. Li Yuan stood on the balcony on the second floor of his villa, overlooking the tranquil campus, feeling somewhat sentimental. How fast time flies. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Li Yuan's mind. Haha, with graduation coming up, I should leave something for the juniors behind. Li Yuan's mouth curled into a slightly mischievous smile. He turned around and headed straight for the rest area, quickly logging into the virtual network, the Kunlun Martial University space. Kunlun 9 Mountains. Li Yuan directly applied to challenge the Kunlun 9 Mountains. Kunlun 9 Mountains. This was a challenge space, set up within the virtual network by Kunlun Martial University specifically for its students. At the start of his studies, during the freshman competition, Li Yuan had represented the 6th Institute to blaze through the 4th mountain, stopping at the 5th mountain. Since then, Li Yuan hadn't attempted the challenge again. Whoosh! With a flash, Li Yuan arrived at the foothills of the first mountain of the Kunlun Nine Mountains. With just one glance, Li Yuan saw the Kunlun Nine Mountains record in the view next to him. Freshman record of Kunlun Nine Mountains, from 7 stars year 2009 to present. First place. Yan Jing, 8,000 points, 2030. Second place. Jin Huguo, 8,000 points, 2042. Third. Now that I'm about to graduate, let's give the juniors behind me a bit of a shock. Li Yuan revealed a smile. Let them know there's a Li Yuan among them. Whoosh! Li Yuan, holding a long spear and setting his physical quality to level 20, strode towards the first mountain. Just half an hour later, Li Yuan finished the challenge. Looking at the rankings that had been thoroughly refreshed, he felt quite satisfied. If Dan Taifeng sees this, he's bound to be envious and resentful. Li Yuan grinned. After all, he has no way of refreshing the various school records of Starfire University like I did. The records of the two schools were of entirely different difficulty levels. Whoosh! With a thought, Li Yuan left the virtual network. Just 1 minute after Li Yuan completed the Kunlun Nine Mountains challenge. Swoosh! A graceful figure appeared at the foot of the first mountain. Notably, it was Shi Xiao, a senior sister with whom Li Yuan was quite familiar. HMPH. That girl Chu Jing, her cultivation is progressing incredibly fast, Shi Xiao thought to herself. She began cultivating a year later than me, and yet her scores on the Kunlun Nine Mountains are almost equal to mine, and she has even made it to the 5th mountain. Generally, one needs an intermediate rank 4th level technique to make it to the 5th mountain. As Shi Xiao was preparing to challenge the mountain herself, she subconsciously glanced to her left, where there usually was a screen. The screen would display various records of the Kunlun Nine Mountains. The next moment, she was stunned. Am I seeing things? Shi Xiao couldn't believe her eyes, her mouth forming an involuntary O shape. This, it can't be right. Shi Xiao stared at the highest screen. Because the record on the screen clearly showed Kunlun Nine Mountains School History Records, 7 stars calendar 2009 to present. First place. Li Yuan, 1 million points, has cleared, year 2044. Second place. Yan Jing, 780,000 points, year 2034. Third place. The year 2044 is this year. Li Yuan. Could it really be the Li Yuan I know? But he's clearly just a freshman. How is this possible? Shi Xiao's mind was already in turmoil. She was fond of Li Yuan and knew that his talent and power were truly terrifying. As a freshman, securing first place in the Blue Star Virtual Combat Competition was already an unprecedented historical achievement. But to fully clear the Kunlun Nine Mountains was something exceedingly difficult. For instance, Yan Jing, before Li Yuan and Jin Huguo, was considered the top prodigy in the past several decades of Kunlun Martial University, and it was only with difficulty that he managed to enter the 9th mountain as a 5th-year student. There was still a long way to go before completely clearing the 9th mountain. Li Yuan, though, he actually cleared the whole Kunlun Nine Mountains as a freshman. What an incredible feat this was. Suddenly, a thought surfaced in Shi Xiao's mind. Perhaps, for the next several decades, or even a century, no one will be able to break the record left by Li Yuan. Only, with such a high level of skill, Li Yuan is probably going to graduate soon. Shi Xiao's thought process was somewhat complex for a moment. It wasn't just Shi Xiao who had seen it. Many students from Kunlun Martial University would attempt to challenge the Kunlun Nine Mountains. Therefore, in an exceedingly short amount of time, this piece of news spread through Kunlun Martial University like a hurricane. Can't challenge it anymore. Li Yuan, he's just a freshman, right? A freshman, clearing the Kunlun Nine Mountains? How advanced is the skill of our big brother? This, how are we supposed to challenge it now? An unbreakable record. The entire Kunlun Martial University, with tens of thousands of students, was completely boiling with excitement. This new record, combined with the miracle Li Yuan had created in the Blue Star Virtual Combat Competition, ensured that he would become a new legend in the history of Kunlun Martial University. A legend that far surpassed Yan Jing and Jin Huguo. He cleared the Kunlun Nine Mountains. When Jin Huguo received the news, He too was quite shocked. I have just managed to enter the 8th mountain. Entering the 8th mountain and clearing the 9th mountain might seem like there's not much of a gap. But Jin Huguo admitted to himself that even with 5 more years, he might still not be able to clear the 9th mountain. The 9th mountain was originally established not for students to clear, but as a benchmark. Now, this benchmark has become my junior brother Li Yuan. Jin Huguo couldn't help shaking his head. I'm afraid that with Li Yuan brother's strength, he will rise rapidly in the martial divine hall, becoming the most dazzling presence there. For a moment, Jin Huguo's expectations for the upcoming trip to the Feixing Martial Divine Hall grew. Time passed slowly. Before you knew it, half a month had gone by, and the graduation ceremony quickly came to an end. Li Yuan's family had come to the school for several days, reunited for a few days, and then he had sent them back to Zhong City. Finally, June 29th. Li Yuan, assemble, prepare to head to Feixing. Li Yuan received the command from the principal. Inside the basement of the villa, where Li Yuan was practicing spear technique, the voice of Fang Hai suddenly echoed in his mind. In an instant, the myriad spear shadows dissipated. It's finally time to leave. Li Yuan glanced at the battered martial arts room. Even though it had been reinforced repeatedly, it should have been able to withstand sparring and fighting by top-grade origin martial artists by all reason. However, under the day-after-day spear technique practice, it was still severely damaged by Li Yuan. Yet thinking of leaving this place, Li Yuan still felt a tinge of reluctance in his heart. This martial arts room is where I spent the most time practicing and stayed the longest. Li Yuan sighed softly, waving his hand to put away the weapon. Let's go. People must always look forward and move on. Whoosh. With a movement, Li Yuan drifted out of the villa like a gust of wind. It was quietly outside. The early summer morning was not too hot. There was no one around. And Nong, Ji Yucheng'an, and the others were about to enter their second year and were on vacation at home, a few days away from returning to school. For regular martial arts university students, half a month of holidays each semester, naturally one must cherish it, and very few return to school early. Of course, at the recent graduation ceremony, most students from Kunlun Martial University came to the event. Many were there to see Li Yuan, like the freshmen from the 6th Institute. A grand farewell ceremony was already held for Li Yuan. Such a grand graduation ceremony was also rare in the history of Kunlun Martial University for decades, naturally all because of Li Yuan. In his 1 year at school, from the entrance competition, to ranking first in virtual battle, and finally creating an unsurpassable record in the Kunlun 9 Mountains. He had created too many miracles, so when it was time for his graduation, a large number of students spontaneously came to watch. But after the feast comes desolation. By the time Li Yuan truly left, there was no one to see him off. Flying vehicle. Li Yuan spotted it right away in the sky. A large flying vehicle was hovering about 100 meters above the ground, clearly the flying saucer-shaped aircraft that had been concealed in the high sky above Kunlun Martial University. The cabin door opened, and a figure in a black robe stood suspended in the air. It was Fang Hai. The next second, an invisible force swiftly enveloped Li Yuan and flew him up, straight in front of Fang Hai. President, Li Yuan greeted with great respect. Enter the flying vehicle. We still have to pick up others from different places on Blue Star, Fang Hai said with a smile. You are personally escorting us, President? Li Yuan asked in surprise. Under normal circumstances, only one Flying Heaven Peak warrior would be dispatched to escort. Fang Hai's gaze fell on Li Yuan, his face with an inexplicable smile. But this time is special. Li Yuan immediately understood it was because of him. The Alliance's higher-ups were afraid of accidents, naturally, arranging Fang Hai. If not for the fact that travel between the 7 great planets was allowed up to third-order life in their interlinked star realms, they might have directly arranged for a demigod to escort. Thank you, President, Li Yuan said. Head to the main hall, Fang Hai directed. Yes. Whoosh! Li Yuan stepped onto the hatchway, darted into the interior of the flying vehicle, and proceeded to the main hall. Only then he found that the interior was quite spacious, and the main hall looked like a meeting room. At the same time, Li Yuan also saw a familiar face. Senior brother Jin, Li Yuan said with a smile. Li Yuan, You're here. I just arrived a bit earlier than you, Jin Huguo also said with a smile. Come, sit down over here. Li Yuan sat beside Jin Huguo. The distant cabin door closed, followed by a slight tremble of the entire flying vehicle, indicating it had already started. How prepared are you? Jin Huguo asked with a smile. Once we get to Martial Divine Hall, every new student needs to prepare for the Battle of 7 Stars, and you have a great chance. The Battle of 7 Stars? Li Yuan's mind instantly recalled the relevant information. Martial Divine Hall, with its numerous members, selects many formidable talents from the 7 great planets every year. Even if the selection is small each year, year after year, the cumulative number of geniuses in the Martial Divine Hall reaches a considerable level. It's natural that not all geniuses receive uniform training efforts. How to differentiate? Based on strength. The stronger the strength, the more resources one gets, and this so-called strength is assessed by performance. Hence every new cohort, upon their first arrival at the Martial Divine Hall, must participate in the Battle of 7 Stars. Like me, no need to compete, definitely at the bottom, Jin Huguo said with a smile. But I heard from my teacher about some of your deeds in the fierce Feather Star realm. That was a few months ago. With your talent, your growth speed is astonishing. Your strength now definitely far surpasses me, maybe even close to Boar's, Jin Huguo continued. Perhaps you can break through the 5th round. The 5th round? Li Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Who is Boar's? You don't know? Jin Huguo was startled, then laughed. This year, we from Blue Star have selected 12 martial arts geniuses to go to the Martial Divine Hall. Li Yuan couldn't help but nod. Selecting 12? The number was already very substantial. 7 among them are from Virtual Battle, Jin Huguo said with a laugh, evidently already well informed. 7? Li Yuan was somewhat surprised. Wasn't it 6? It's 7. You, Nevsky, Yin Man are the top 3 in Virtual Battle, directly chosen. Aliciata, me, Dan Taifeng, Tian Dajuang were specially selected, considered the most to be selected from Virtual Battle in recent years, Jin Huguo said with a smile. Tian Dajuang? Li Yuan's eyes lit up. He got selected too? Yes, it seems it was confirmed just a few days ago, Jin Huguo said with a smile. He seems to have advanced to the 5th stage standard just before the final list was confirmed. Tisk tisk, reaching the 5th stage in just the first year, he seems much weaker compared to Dan Taifeng, but in terms of improvement speed, this past year, he's been even more formidable than Dan Taifeng, Jin Huguo remarked. Li Yuan was also astonished within his heart. 5th stage skill? The speed of Tian Dazhuang's cultivation was indeed as if he harbored endless potential, getting faster and more terrifying. If he doesn't go to the Martial Divine Hall this year, by next year's Virtual Battle, Tian Dajuang might even have a shot at taking the top spot. However, being selected for the Martial Divine Hall a year earlier is naturally better. In June's Blue Star competition, the actual combat phase just selected one more person, from the United States, Harmon, who was second in actual combat. You know him. Out of the senior and 5th year students worldwide, 2 were selected. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. So, this year from Blue Star to the Martial Divine Hall, 10 people were selected from the universities. There are also 2 people who are martial path prodigies selected from the global community of martial artists between 24 and 30 years old, Jin Huguo said reflectively. These individuals might not have been exceptionally outstanding during university, but they underwent significant transformation after graduating. Therefore, they were selected. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Talent and comprehension are never static. It is not the case that being number 1 in all of humanity at age 16 means one will still be number 1 at age 30 or 40. People are always changing. In recent months, with increased access privileges, Li Yuan had read many tales of powerful flying heaven warriors and demigods. Many of them were not particularly dazzling during their origin martial artist phase.
Even Dongfang Ji, currently the strongest in the 7-star civilization, was not exceptionally strong when he was a flying heaven warrior, but after becoming a demigod, he transformed step by step, eventually becoming an indisputable and invincible demigod presence.
Those who accumulate knowledge and power before a breakthrough are not in the minority.
Out of the 10 selected from the university, apart from you, the strongest one should be Yinhe from Arsha country, a 5th-year student at Starry Sky University. But to my knowledge, his skill should have already reached the 5th stage high rank, Jin Huguo said. His physical quality should be around level 28. Li Yuan nodded again. A 5th-year student. That means he's around 23. To possess such strength is already quite commendable.
Among us 12, the strongest is definitely Boers, Jin Huguo said gravely. He's already 28 years old. His physical quality should be at the level of a top-grade origin martial artist, and his skill should have reached the limit of 5th stage high rank. Just it's unknown if he has developed a true intent killing move. Impressive, Li Yuan praised. To have such strength at the age of 28 is genuinely impressive. It sounded like he was almost on par with teacher Li Yang, who had trained for many decades. Even if slightly weaker, it wouldn't be by much.
Bearing in mind that teacher Li Yang had been cultivating for much longer, selecting Boers for the martial divine hall made perfect sense.
Li Yuan. I surmise that you might be stronger than Yinhe, but not as much as Boers, Jin Huguo said seriously. However, you should have a chance to break through the 5th round. As for Boers, with his strength, he will definitely be able to make it through the 5th round of the Battle of 7 Stars, Jin Huguo said reflectively. It's quite challenging to make it through the 5th round, Li Yuan said with a laugh. The Battle of 7 Stars has 7 major rounds, and with each additional round passed, the rewards improve substantially, as does the subsequent cultivation support. If one directly makes it through all 7 rounds, they would be eligible to enter 7-Star Mountain directly. The Martial Divine Hall is the gathering place for prodigies of the 7-Star civilization. If one can enter 7-Star Mountain, they are truly the creme de la creme. Before long, the flying vehicle came to a halt, and the cabin door opened. 2 familiar figures rushed in. Li Yuan and Jin Huguo both stood up to greet them. Li Yuan. A steady voice came directly from the corridor. Li Yuan recognized it as Tian Dazhuang's voice. Haha, Li Yuan, we've finally met in reality. I've heard about your exploits in the fierce Feather Star realm. Really badass. Dan Taifeng's excited voice also rang out, and he swiftly leapt over, punching Li Yuan's shoulder hard, but then he quickly pulled back his hand, his voice changing. Damn. So hard. You're turning into iron. Will your future wife be able to withstand it? Haha. Dantai, it's just that you're too weak, everyone laughed. Jin Huguo and Dan Taifeng, Tian Dazhuang didn't know each other well, they could even say they were strangers. But, with Li Yuan's introductions and their similar personalities, they gradually became more familiar with each other. Time passed by. Whoosh! Another figure dashed in, her appearance quite distinguished, but cold as an iceberg, giving off an untouchable aura. It was Yin Man, the runner-up in the virtual combat of the Blue Star competition. Li Yuan, Jin Huguo, Yin Man greeted before finding a seat to sit down and rest with her eyes closed. Li Yuan and the others didn't mind, as everyone has a different nature, and some people are just naturally more aloof towards others. But this didn't mean Yin Man was bad. Li Yuan, Jin Huguo, and the other 2 kept chatting. However, it was mostly Dan Taifeng and Tian Dazhuang asking Li Yuan about his experiences in the fierce Feather Star realm. The Great War in the fierce Feather Star realm was too vast, and in these months, the news had gradually spread throughout the 7-Star civilization. Additionally, since geniuses selected for the Martial Divine Hall typically had higher privileges, Dan Taifeng and the others were somewhat informed. Apart from the matter of lineage, Li Yuan didn't hide much else and shared everything. Alicia is actually that strong. No wonder she was also selected for the Martial Divine Hall, Dan Taifeng said reflectively. Tian Dazhuang, wait until you meet Alicia. She could probably kill you with a single strike. Isn't that obvious? I'm only level 14, Tian Dazhuang glared. Besides, you're only level 17 yourself. You'd also be killed by a single strike from her. Li Yuan and Jin Huguo couldn't help but laugh. Tian Dazhuang and Dan Taifeng were younger and significantly weaker in terms of physical quality. Although their skills were not bad, there was a vast difference in actual combat strength. Demigod level talent? Immortal Ruins civilization?